Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are FC.
The Royals are in the middle of 10 games in a row against the American League Central. The only team in the division with a winning record against the Royals last year was the Cleveland Indians. After taking 2 out of 3 from the White Sox in Chicago, the Royals are back home to face Cleveland, and with a win tonight can pass the Indians in the standings. Game 1 of 4 is next on Fox Sports Kansas City. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. It was a disappointing beginning to the road trip, but a strong finish as the Royals took the final 2 from the White Sox and now begin a 7-game homestand. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Hudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre, and Joel Goldberg is coming up soon. Ned Yost says every series is important, and then there are some series that are very important.
You better believe it, especially the team above you, and they're not above you by much. One win can put them back in second place. Now, there are 3 games under 500 against the Central, the Royals are. They have got to establish some dominance right now. They've got to be able to establish, hey, we're better than you, and we're going to show it. Right now is the time.
Royals just barely lost the season series last year to the Indians 10-9, but they've lost the season series 9 of the last 10 years, so they really need to figure out a way to get past the Cleveland Indians and Corey Kluber.
Ooh, just another tough starter. Hey, look, if you want to go the places that the Royals want to go, you got to figure a way. Now, you look at the numbers, that's got to be a little bit of a positive for the hitters. A 6.15 here at the K. Look for that fastball. Don't miss it.
And Danny Duffy in his last 9 starts has an outstanding ERA, just doesn't have much run support.
He doesn't need to change a thing. Hopefully that offense can come through for him, but hey, if you got to shut an opponent out, you shut him out. He's got the stuff to do it.
And he's been shutting down left-hand hitting. That's a key tonight because the Indians' offense has surged in the second half, led by left-hand hitters Jason Kipnis and Michael Brantley.
Mike Moustakas. 12 homers this year. 5 of them have come against the Cleveland Indians. He has a .391 slugging percentage on the year, but .931 against Cleveland. He has been an Indians killer. Welcome back to Kauffman Stadium. Joel Goldberg standing right above the visitors' bullpen where Corey Kluber is warming up right below me. He has been one of the better pitchers in the majors this year, and his manager, Terry Francona, telling me we have watched him grow up right before our eyes. It has been a lot of fun. This is a guy that works hard. He pitches in. He has good stuff. Late movement. Incredible routine on his off days to get him ready, and nothing phases him. And people may not know a ton about him, but then you look at the numbers. Only 3 pitchers in the major leagues, in all the majors, with ERAs under 3 and 150 or more strikeouts. Felix Hernandez, Yu Darvish, maybe those guys aren't a surprise, and Corey Kluber, who has an ERA almost identical to Felix's with just 11 fewer strikeouts. It'll be a tough challenge for the Royals tonight. Danny Duffy will be on the hill 1-1 in his career against the Indians, but he's never faced them here at the K. First pitch is coming up next.
Royals baseball is brought to you by your Kansas City Chevy dealers. Make your move to Chevrolet today. By the Missouri Lottery, try the new Lucky Sevens playbook. And by ATT Uverse, find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PICK-ATT, mobilizing your world. Terry Francona, last year's American League Manager of the Year, led the Indians to a 92-win season. The Indians, since the All-Star break, are 4-3. However, they just lost 2 out of 3 at Minnesota while the Royals were in Chicago. So Cleveland 6.5 back, the Royals 7 back in the division. In the wild card, Cleveland 2 games back, the Royals 2.5 back, with the Indians having to pass at least 3 teams.
Got to be able to stand up against the team that's ahead of you right now, and that's Cleveland. They can't worry about anybody else. Just take care of tonight, see if they can find a way. Duffy, just shut them out. That's all you got to do.
It was a pretty mediocre first half for the Indians, but they have surged offensively in the month of July. They are 12-7, and leading off is Jason Kipnis, who is the American League Player of the Week, announced on Monday. And they'll be facing left-hander Danny Duffy. He is our key starting pitcher for tonight. He has allowed just 1 earned run in 4 of his last 5 starts.
Now, he's been really good. Duffy has been, especially the innings he's eaten up. He's gone 6 innings or more in 10 of his 14 starts this year. That's a special mark, especially for that bullpen. They know that they can shorten that game. Hopefully he'll get some early count outs that'll keep his pitch count down. But Duffy has been the real deal. 3 really nice pitches that he uses. His fastball, slider, it's a big slider, and his changeup. Defensively, Escobar. You see that start there at shortstop? He's played in every single game. That's right. He started every one of them. He's a solid guy. He's an Iron Man. He's been a little bit careless with the glove here so far in the second half. He's missed a few, but you know what, though? He makes and saves a lot of runs with that defense. With his great footwork and his tremendous arm, he's been good.
Kipnis has spent some time on the disabled list this year. He had a rib cage strain. And Duffy misses inside for ball 1, and we're underway. So even when he got back, Kipnis still wasn't 100% right. And 1 ball, 1 strike.
Kipnis a .235 hitter against lefties. Overall, the Cleveland Indians, they're hitting just .243, and their record, if it means that much to you, is 13-18 versus left-handed starters. That's just a number that sometimes I pick out because it looks good.
1 and 2.
But they have struggled against lefties. Duffy, I talked about his pitches. Go anywhere from 90 to 97. He's able to keep the ball down and pitch to contact at times.
Now Kipnis has fouled off 3 in a row. It's easy to get excited when Danny Duffy has a really good start. Very few walks, big strikeouts, pitching deep into games. But maybe it's more exciting to see how Danny pitches when he doesn't have his A game, like Saturday at Boston. That's pulled on the ground to Infante. No, Kipnis is the first out of the game. Umpires for tonight: Chris Conroy calling the balls and strikes, Jordan Baker at first base, the crew chief Jerry Meals is at second, and Paul Emmel is at third. On Saturday at Boston, Hud, we saw Duffy work around 3 walks. There was an error committed, and it wasn't his best game. At the same time, though, as we continue to see him mature, he held his composure, he recovered, he worked around the walks, nothing turned into a big inning, and he ended up just allowing 1 earned run in 6 2/3 innings.
Now, he's been doing a great job of controlling his emotions. He's a very passionate, intense guy. And that's one of the things, talking with Salvador Perez before the game, that I said, Salvi, you've been with Duffy for a long time in the minor leagues, and now you've been able to see him evolve this season. What's the big difference? And he said his mound presence. He's a live wire and he's intense, but he's been able to mask that, and he's continuing to show that power fastball. He says the fastball is the most impressive thing out of Duffy, but the fact that he's been able to calm himself and not allow distractions has been a big difference between his minor league time and now his big league stardom, I guess you want to call it, because Duffy has emerged this season.
And we just showed you James Shields, and Duffy has given Shields credit for channeling that emotion on the mound. Don't get rid of all of it. I mean, you are who you are, but just find ways to use it to your advantage. Don't let it take advantage of you.
But Salvi told him, I said, what's the biggest thing about Duffy? And he goes, power, amigo. Power. Tells you right there, that fastball is his bread and butter.
A lot of foul balls in this inning. Kipnis fouled off 3, and now Vilas has fouled off 4. Mike Aviles getting a lot of time in the outfield. We remember him in Kansas City. Royals Player of the Year in 2008 as a shortstop. Also played second base, third base. Started playing a little outfield with the Boston Red Sox, and now with Michael Bourne on the disabled list. Michael Brantley is shifted over to center, and Aviles is getting a lot of time in left field. There's that hard breaking ball. Duffy strikes out Aviles, and there are 2 down in the first inning.
When you have a power fastball like Duffy, it makes the secondary pitches even harder to square up because you're looking power. You have to look for the fastball to have any success as a hitter. And then when you're all wound up to hit that mid-90s fastball and he throws that little slider and his changeup puts you off balance, and when it's located down, you miss. Easier to explain than it is to try to hit it.
And 96 in for a strike to Michael Brantley, who is an all-star this year. And why not? 5th in the league in hitting, 3rd in runs scored, 4th in hits. He has 15 home runs. He established a new career high for home runs this year before the All-Star break. No balls and 2 strikes. And with the Indians 5-4 against the Royals this year, and how can the Royals turn that around? We can start by trying to figure out Michael Brantley, who's hitting just under .450 against the Royals this year.
Yep, lefties aren't doing a whole lot off of him.
Dyson on the run. Dyson with a diving play in the first inning. So that's how you stop Michael Brantley. The Royals center fielder robs the Indians center fielder.
That kind of focus in the first inning is what's going to get him a W. Nice focus.
Great play to end 1 inning, and the manager leads him off in the next inning.
That's right. It's only perfect. And that's what he wants him to do. Lead the offense. Get on base. Get a piece of Corey Kluber if you can and find a hole and go.
Royals batting order presented by your Midwest Ford dealers, and no Eric Hosmer. Hosmer started the game yesterday in Chicago, and they had more problems with that bruised hand. Corey Kluber. And we showed you in the open good numbers against the Royals in his career. Outstanding in Cleveland and not so outstanding here at Kauffman Stadium. And he will rack up the strikeouts. And Kluber in 22 1/3 innings against the Royals this year has struck out 26.
Got to get him early. Got a good fastball. Cut fastball at 88 to 94. He'll two-seam it. He'll sink it as well. Those two pitches, variations off of that one fastball, have been really good for him. Slider, curve, and a changeup. His slider's a really good one. That's his put-away pitch. But the key is to get him early in the count, because his secondary pitches are really tough to hit. That's why he piles up the strikeouts. So fastballs early and jump on him if you can. Tough competitor. He throws strikes too. Only allowed just 2.12 walks per 9 innings this year.
Gomes wanted that one. He held that out for home plate umpire Chris Conroy. Dyson has not only done well against Kluber, he has done very well against the Indians this year. Still 1-2. "28 years old, Corey Kluber, original property of the San Diego Padres, and then came to the Indians in a three-way trade, with the Indians sending Jake Westbrook to the Cardinals. It was a St. Louis, Cleveland, San Diego deal. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Talking with a few of the hitters about Kluber, they said that he does a nice job of hiding the ball. They can't see it, and when it comes out of his glove, it's a quick arm stroke, so you have a hard time picking up his release point. Watch him, see how he'll hide the ball. You can't see it until there it is, and it's a real quick flick of the wrist. See, it's in his glove the whole time, keeps it behind his body, coils nicely, a lot like a hitter, how a hitter loads up his lower half, same way a pitcher does. That's where he gets his power in his hips. He's got to be able to turn and do all he can to hide that ball, and he's been doing a good job of it.
There's that hard cutter. So Kluber begins the game with his 153rd strikeout this year.
Big difference for a hitter trying to see a cutter and a sinker. 2 pitches, 2 variations off of that fastball. Cutter breaks just a tad in, and the sinker is going a tad away. So that's 2 really good moving pieces that puts some fits into hitters. It makes them say, wow, at the last minute it's moving one way and another. Hard to square it up.
Ball 1 to Omar Infante. Infante had a good series in Boston and then struggled in the Chicago series, but he did put an end to an 0 for 16 yesterday. Still 3rd among American League second basemen in RBI. He has 48, which also leads the Royals.
Solid season. Very little and very few moving parts as a hitter.
One and two.
It's good numbers off of Kluber. 5 for 14.
Didn't get that call. 96 just off the outside edge. 2-2.
Right before a hitter makes contact, his hands slow down. He's got to be able to see it, and then his hands got to stop moving. A lot of guys start from different positions, but once you're ready to swing, got to stay still and quiet, and Infante does that really well.
Carlos Santana goes into foul ground. 2 down.
Yan Gomes, we're going to highlight him because he should be highlighted. Not only is he the quarterback calling to put down the right fingers he's hopeful for, but he can throw. Good release point. Strong arm. Has made a few errors this year, though. 12, as a matter of fact. That's a lot of errors for a catcher.
And a hard cutter in on Alex Gordon, 0-1. Remember, Alex missed the last 5 games, at least as a hitter, before the All-Star break with that sore wrist. But the rest paid off because he was 10 out of 21 at Boston and Chicago, and also had 5 walks. So he was on base 15 times during the 6-game road trip.
The hits to the opposite field are the most impressive, as he's waiting and he's seeing the ball longer. But like the 5 walks, 5 walks tells me he's seeing pitches. He's getting comfortable up there. He's eyeballing. He's making that pitcher come to him. Not swinging unless it's his pitch.
Ooh, that is a nasty pitch tonight. 2 strikeouts. Kluber gets the Royals in order in the bottom of the first. Had the best offensive season against Royals pitching this year. Michael Brantley was at .441 and was going to add to that until Dyson made a diving play to end the first. Edwin Encarnacion, 4 home runs, 10 RBIs. JD Martinez, who's been a big surprise for the Tigers, he's driven in 13. And Mike Trout.
If you're going to ask me, I'm going to say JD Martinez, because he's been with the Tigers, who's the team that the Royals are trying to beat, trying to catch, and those homers and RBIs hurt the Royals big time. Of course, all those numbers are good, though, with all the other guys.
Duffy got the Indians in order in the first inning. Now Santana, Rayburn, and Swisher. More routine for Dyson this time. And there's one down in the second inning.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Ryan Rayburn is playing in right field tonight for the Indians. Up and away for ball 1.
Raver's not hitting like he would like to this season. And he's mainly in there to face lefties. His overall numbers aren't real good there. That should stay up.
Alex slides to make the play. Twice an Indians hitter has hit it right on the nose, but Dyson in the first inning, Gordon in the second, making good plays.
Had a little sink to it, but is right at him. Rayburn only 198 against lefties. Swisher scuffling against lefties as well. Just hitting 163. He's got a nice looking tape job on his bat. Custom done by him.
Another chance for Dyson, and he's there. That's a 5-pitch inning for Duffy. And the Indians are 6 up, 6 down in the first 2 innings.
Sweet, he'll take that. Nice little dose of atom balls.
Second inning, the Royals will be on national TV on Fox Sports 1 this Saturday. The Fox Sports 1 doubleheader starts with the Nationals and the Reds at 2:30. Then at 6 p.m. it's the Royals and the Indians from right here at Kauffman Stadium on Fox Sports 1. And that's Saturday night. Royals Indians, national TV, Fox Sports 1, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Corey Kluber struck out 2 in the first inning, and now gets Salvador Perez, Mike Moustakas, and Lorenzo Cain.
Looking at Kluber's slider in that last inning where he struck out Alex Gordon and he threw one to Dyson. It is sharp and crisp. Oh, that's a little bit more of a curve there, but his slider looked like a fastball all the way and then just took off to the left side. Glove side, they call that.
On the ground to Ramirez, who's playing at short, and he gets Salvador Perez. As Drupal Cabrera has been bothered by back spasms, so he misses his 3rd straight game, and Ramirez has been playing at short. So literally 1 game better than last year at this point. Royals were in the middle of a 9-game winning streak at this point last year. They won their first 7 series after the All-Star break and went on to have the best record in the American League in the second half. Cleveland Indians, they don't want to hear anything about Mike Moustakas having an off year this year, because he has just worn them out. One ball, 1 strike. Toyota League leaders, most home runs by major league third baseman since about a month and a half, and Mike Moustakas has the most.
Not surprised. When he can find it and get that stroke down, he's got pop. You can't keep him in, especially from the pull side. 5 of his 12 home runs this year have been against Cleveland. That's what you were talking about. He's got great numbers against the Tribe. He's been recognizing it.
Look at that, 181 against everyone but the Indians, and he hits 345 against Cleveland. There's that hard cutter, that slider down. Moustakas is the third strikeout victim of Corey Kluber, and there's 2 down in the second inning.
Slider is his finish off pitch, and it's a beauty tonight. Looks good. Salvador took a fastball down the middle. First pitch, he was able to square one up then later, but got to look early for the fastball. And they've seen him plenty of times. It's not like they got to see a few pitches.
Ned Yost bats Lorenzo Cain 6 tonight. Royals won yesterday 2-1 in Chicago. They got 1 run in the first, 1 run in the 9th. And Lorenzo in the first inning against Jose Quintana doubled and scored the game's first run. 1-1. Kluber doesn't need any added advantages. I mean, he's just good enough as it is, but he does have, for another couple of innings, both pitchers do. He's in the shadows, the hitter's in the shadows, and the backdrop is still in the bright sunlight. So that makes it a little more difficult to pick up the tight spin. Ramirez goes to the middle and gets Cain with a good play. So Kluber has 2 perfect innings. Duffy has 2 perfect innings, and we have no score to the third. Royals baseball is brought to you by Panera, coming soon to College and King in Overland Park. And by your Midwest Ford dealer. Visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. Nice tonight, more like Kansas City tomorrow. Calling for a high temperature of just under 100 degrees for tomorrow. That wind's blowing out of the south, so that's where that hot air is coming from. Yan Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Jose Ramirez coming up in the third inning. Danny Duffy's pitched 2 perfect innings. The Indians have had 3 lineouts to the outfield. Breaking ball in for a strike, and it's 0-2. Sal wanted that pitch down, and it was.
Talking with Sal about Duffy earlier, he was also telling me about his breaking ball. I asked him, do you think that Danny has the potential to tighten up his curveball and make it more of a tight slider, a little more deceptive? He says he's got a lot of talent. First things first, he believes he can do that later. Right now, stay with what he's got, and that's not too shabby.
Pretty tight right there. That's his 2nd strikeout. The league is hitting a whopping 169 against that pitch.
So why change it? That's basically what Salvi was saying. He's okay with what he's got now, but certainly he has the potential to tighten that up a little bit later in his career.
Inside to Lonnie Chisenhall. Last time the Indians came to town, Chisenhall was coming off one of the best single performances in Major League history. The Indians had just been at Texas, and Chisenhall the night before coming to Kansas City had a 5-hit, 3-home run, 9 RBI game. Outside, 3-0. And he was one of the hottest things going in the month of June, and the league's caught up to him this month, hitting almost 100 points lower. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Duffy wants to get right at him. Back in that count.
Got it in on him. Dyson brings it down, 2 away in the 3rd inning. Time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag KCFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown during tonight's game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Only 1 out on the ground so far, and that was Kipnis, who opened the game with a ground ball to second. The other 7 outs either in the air or a strikeout. Ball 1 on Jose Ramirez. Filling in at shortstop is Hasdrubal Cabrera is dealing with some back spasms.
It's a nice backup. He could play all 3 spots, second, short, and third. Switch hitter. Not a big guy, but he's going to put the ball in play and go line to line.
Fooled badly, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Another thing we can tell you about Jose Ramirez is he had surgery during the offseason on his thumb. How did he do that?
Couldn't tell you. Sliding into the base.
There you go.
Head first. I could tell you.
It's an epidemic. No swing, 2-2. All the attention this year toward, and rightly so, all the Tommy John surgeries for pitchers. But man, right behind that, guys breaking fingers, tearing ligaments from head first slides into bases.
That is a quick way for you to miss a month and a half of the season.
Ramirez just looked overmatched by Danny Duffy. Danny has 3 perfect innings with 3 strikeouts.
Ooh, yeah. He's mixing them and matching them.
Kansas City area. Nancy Pagel also heads up the store's local sponsorships, community outreach programs, and charity partnerships. Heavily involved in the community, Nancy is now serving in her 13th year on the local executive board of Variety, the children's charity, which provides mobility support for area special needs children. Nancy oversees the Hy-Vee charity golf tournament, which has raised over $750,000 for the local Variety chapter, and she sits in the Buck O'Neil legacy seat at tonight's game.
Thank you, Nancy.
Billy Butler bats 7th. Very rare day yesterday where the Royals are facing a left-hand pitcher and Billy Butler is not in the starting lineup.
That's just not getting a lot of production from him.
Bat breaks in half and Brantley makes a play in center field.
Well, there's a hitter looking early in the count.
16 up and 16 down for the hitters tonight. Coming up on Saturday, it's Faith and Family Night here at Kauffman Stadium, presented by Hobby Lobby. The Royals host the Indians at 6:10. The event will feature post-game appearances from select Royals players, as well as testimony from Scott Dawson of Safe at Home, and performances from contemporary Christian musicians KJ52 and Matthew West. And your ticket to the game includes admission to the post-game program. That's Faith and Family Night on Saturday.
Ooh, don't miss it. Inspirational evening. After you see a Royals victory, you hope.
Nori Aoki sort of drove in the winning run yesterday. And I say sort of, it was his base hit that sent Mike Moustakas to the plate, but the official score felt like Tyler Flowers should have hung on to the ball that Moustakas kneed out of Flowers' glove. So Nori didn't get an RBI, but it was his base hit that led to the go-ahead run. 3 balls and no strikes.
No, he dumped it out there very timely. Seemed like the White Sox really wanted to give that game. Now you got him plenty of time here. He had his right hand in the glove, and it was a lucky slide, to tell you the truth. Moose's kneecap just hit the webbing of that glove right where that ball was, and it knocked the ball and Flowers' hands away from it. We'll get some more on that from our colleague Joe Goldberg later.
Full count. Nori hit .313 on the road trip. And before the road trip, he had never hit anywhere lower than first or second in any batting order for the Royals or the Milwaukee Brewers. I'm going to call that a swing, and Kluber has struck out 4. At Progressive Field in Cleveland, Corey Kluber has been absolutely unhittable. 3 starts against the Royals there in his career and a tiny ERA. But here at Kauffman Stadium, he's made 5 starts, including his first major league start, and very hittable. The ERA is over 6.
He left a few balls up between the knees and the belt. That's where the hitters love it. Now, with his kind of velocity on his fastball, he can get away with throwing that fastball above the belt, because the hitter can't catch it.
0-2 on Escobar.
But I'm seeing 3 different variations off his fastball. 4-seam up top, stays straight and firm. Cutter, 2-seam sinker. Not to mention then his slider and his little curve and change. So he's got a lot of weapons to get hitters out.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Eske had a great June. Candidate for American League Player of the Month, and has had a tough time getting going in July. He is just 4 out of 21 through Boston and Chicago. He has already surpassed his total from last year in extra base hits. He has tied his total from last year in stolen bases, and while it's not a big number, he is approaching his total from last year with walks. And we've still got 61 games to go after tonight. That pitch is on tonight. 5 strikeouts for Kluber. And for both lineups tonight against Kluber and Duffy, a combined 0 for 18.
Woo, man, I'm telling you, it makes a tough day to hit.
(2014) our AT&T Uverse Rewind. 1983. Can you believe it has been 31 years since the infamous Pine Tar game? The home run by George Brett off of Goose Gossage at Yankee Stadium. Billy Martin has the bat measured. Tim McClellan throws out George, who goes crazy, comes running out of the dugout with his hair on fire. George later explained that he thought Billy Martin was accusing him of corking his bat. He didn't realize it had anything to do with pine tar. Dyson is back, and he'll take care of Kipnis. So Duffy has retired the first 10. So eventually the league got involved. The Royals appealed to American League President Lee MacPhail, who overturned the call, George being out 4 days later. And then on August the 18th in 1983, the game resumed, and the Royals closed out the 5-4 win. So they waited nearly a month to get that win in New York. And whether you're a hardcore baseball fan or not, I think most sports fans recognize that highlight.
That's an incredible day in baseball, that was. And it ended up being 2 days because they came back and replayed it, or finished that last inning anyway.
Just tell you how times have changed. You know, now if there's a foul ball, the ball will just be thrown into the stands, and that goes back to the last strike. That was just a sign of goodwill, Major League Baseball, with the fans giving away all the foul balls. You remember when you played, they tried to save everything, try and keep the balls in the game. Teams were on a tighter budget. The league was on a tighter budget.
Yeah, if you were a player and you got caught giving a ball away, sometimes they didn't like that. They'd tell you about it. Hey, don't be giving those balls away.
Duffy's retired the first 11 as he strikes out Mike Aviles. So the confusion back then was, what exactly did an illegal bat mean? And from what I remember, some of the owners were upset because guys had pine tar on their bat, because when they would make contact there was pine tar on the ball, and a lot of balls were being removed from the game. So that's when they came up with the rule, you can't have pine tar above 18 inches. So George did have an illegal bat. Tim McClellan made the mistake of declaring George out. So that's why the clarification on appeal, and the league ruled that, okay, it was an illegal bat, but it should have been discovered before the at bat to have it removed from the game, not after the hit, and George declared out.
I saw that bat last week in the Hall of Fame, Cooperstown.
Michael Brantley lined to center in the first inning, and Gerard Dyson made a sliding play for the final out of that inning. And now 3 balls and no strikes. Three and one.
For Duffy being so stingy to left-handed bats this year when it comes to hits, just giving up a 152 average coming into this game. Pretty impressive what Brantley's done against him. 4 for 7 in his career. Excuse me, 4 for 8 on that last line out.
And that's a good swing. McCain runs it down. So that's the 4th time tonight the Indians have lined to the outfield, but they're all outs, and Duffy has retired the first 12. Well, we figured we'd see some good pitching tonight, and boy have we. We've seen dominant pitching. 21 batters have come to the plate, and 21 batters have head back to the dugout.
Pretty quick and easy so far.
Academy Sports and Outdoors will give us an early starting pitchers comparison. Kluber has a 1 strikeout advantage over Duffy. Duffy's gone 4 innings. Royals will be beginning their 2nd time through the order with Dyson, Infante, and Gordon. Dyson, after a few foul balls in the first inning, struck out on a cut fastball. That pitch right there, and he swung over it. This time he takes ball one.
Infielders coming in, especially Kipnis, the second baseman. If Dyson can put that ball right here, Kipnis wants to go to first base and cover. That makes it an easier play for the first baseman. You got to cheat, though. Chisenhall, he feels like he's in enough. Even the shortstop, Ramirez, has got to come in. You can't sit back in regular position with a guy like Dyson, especially if he bunts it. He could push it by the third baseman.
Two and one. Two and two.
Kluber wants to throw Dyson. Fastball's up, so he gets under it and pops it up. Can't hit it on the ground. Utilize the speed. Almost got him to pop one up there.
Dyson strikes out a second time, and that's 6 for Kluber in 3 1/3 innings. So Kluber's retired the first 10, and now Omar Infante, as we remind you to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at rallyhouse.com/Royals, and you'll be entered to win a majestic prize pack from Rally House. Ball one inside.
Let's check out the last pitch here to Dyson. A good release point. That was a two-seam sinker that sunk away.
Infante popped to first in the first inning, and now he pops to second, 2 down. You hear at times managers or pitching coaches talking about a pitcher repeating his delivery or repeating his arm slot, and 2 of the best, one of them's going into the Hall of Fame, Greg Maddux, and more recently Roy Halladay, were famous for there was no change in motion or delivery point, so it was very difficult for a hitter to pick up. Is this a fastball, a changeup, a cutter, a sinker? Everything looked exactly the same. The arm speed was the same, but the way it came out of the hand was completely different. Corey Kluber's got some of that working tonight.
Sure does. And like I talked about, those guys that you mentioned, they hit the ball well from the hitter, but by the way they put their finger pressure on the ball, the way they hold the seams, that's what makes the difference in the movement of the pitches. And that just comes with repetition, and when you're the world's greatest, it almost becomes second nature.
Line the other way and caught by Aviles. So Kluber has matched Danny Duffy with 4 perfect innings and nothing but zeros tonight. To you by Thoroughbred Ford. Check out the huge selection of F-150s at thoroughbredford.com. And by 5 Hour Energy. Homestand begins on a Thursday. That means it's a Gordo Nation. Don't forget, every Thursday you can come out and cheer on All-Star Alex Gordon. And next Thursday, with the Minnesota Twins in town, that's our next Gordo Nation. And for $35, you get this limited edition Gordo Nation t-shirt and a seat next to Alex in left field. There's some folks enjoying Gordo Nation tonight. Royals.com/Gordo Nation for tickets. Carlos Santana going for it all with that first swing. He flied out to center in the second inning. One and one. Line to left field and a base hit. First base runner of the game. Now, there was no chance for Alex Gordon to make that play, but it does remind us of a game a little over 2 months ago, and Danny Duffy, who began tonight with 4 perfect innings. On May 17th, he went 6 2/3 without allowing a base runner, and that was extended by that play by Alex Gordon diving over the line.
Never gets old looking at that. Special play. That ball looked like it would have landed in fair territory. Yeah, that last one there that Santana hit was way too much topspin on it, and he hit it hard. Good thing he hit the top and part of the ball. See how he's loaded up and ready to go. Ball's right over the middle. See how he gets himself loaded. Hands still, head still.
Ryan Rayburn line to left his first time up.
Foot's down, hips come just before the hands. Zero vibration on the bat.
Two and one.
Very difficult to try to square up his breaking ball because it looks good coming out into a right-hander when a righty sees it out there, but the depth to it coming down and hard bite to the back leg. It's hard to square it up. You hit on top of it or swing over the top of it more times than not. More times than making it contact.
Full count. Usually bring it up when a starting pitcher gets somewhat deep into the game without allowing a base runner. He's just cruising along. Everything's working. He's only pitching out of the windup. So when that first hit comes, there's a little bit of an emotional letdown. And then the adjustment of pitching out of the stretch for the first time. And Duffy walks Rayburn. That happens more times than not after the first hit, that a pitcher might need a batter or two to get his mechanics back in sync pitching from the stretch.
Yep, I think that has a lot to do with it, but I'm going to say it's more mental than it is physical. But it is because he's throwing from the stretch and it's something different, but there's nobody out now. The Indians got something going.
And a good move by Sal to go out there and just have a quick chat with him. The Indians have 1 hit. They have also had 4 lineouts to the outfield, including Swisher. He lined to Dyson in center for the final out of the second inning.
It was on the first pitch, I believe. Swisher has grounded into 7 double plays this year. Duffy would love that.
Fouled away, 0-1. Couple of guys who have really picked it up, Hud, since the last time we saw the Indians. Carlos Santana and Nick Swisher. They were both hitting under 200 the last time the Royals saw the Indians. Santana now above 215. Swisher above 210. He's hitting 211. That doesn't sound like much, but we're deep enough into the season now that to add significant points to your batting average in a short period of time means you're on a pretty good stretch.
Especially when a hitter has over 300 at bats. Anything from 200, around the 200 or less, your average can pick up and decline quickly. But once you get over 300, it's hard to pick it up. You got to do a lot of hitting.
We had mentioned that the Indians are 12-7 in July with their offense leading the way, and they have been very productive with runners in scoring position, hitting well over 300 since the end of June. To Moustakas, he'll step on the bag, and that's the only play he has.
Just had a little too much air underneath that hop, or else Moose would have gunned him out at first base. The Swisher got a pretty good breakout. Moose had to catch it and take 4 steps and touch the base. Didn't have time.
Now Yan Gomes, and Duffy struck him out in the 3rd inning. Duffy has struck out 4. He began the game with 4 perfect innings, and then Santana opened this inning with a single, and Rayburn followed with a walk.
Gomes be looking for an early fastball. 241 hitter with runner in scoring position.
Got a breaking ball that was up and fouled it away. A couple of years ago, the Royals identified that they had a catcher for the long term, and then they signed Salvador Perez long term. And the Indians in spring training this year signed Yan Gomes to a 6-year contract extension, moving Carlos Santana from catcher to the infield. And it wasn't that long ago that Carlos Santana signed a 6-year contract extension. So you get a good young catcher these days, and teams will do whatever they can to lock him up long term.
Yep, Yan Gomes a little bit more skilled defensively with the glove behind the plate than Santana. Santana, a really good hitter, a switch hitter. They're going to keep his bat in there. They'll find a place for him. But you really got to have extreme skills to be a catcher in the big leagues, especially putting the signals down and blocking balls and throwing guys out. And Gomes does all that.
When he made his big league debut, he became the first native Brazilian to play in the major leagues, followed by Andre Rienzo, who pitches for the Chicago White Sox. A little difference between the two. Rienzo born and raised in Brazil. Gomes born, raised for 12 years in Brazil, but from age 12 and on lived in the United States, grew up in Florida. But something that will never change, his birthplace, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Breaking ball strikes him out again. 5 strikeouts for Duffy and 2 against Gomes.
Duffy doing a nice job after the single to break up his perfect game by Santana, then walking Rayburn, and then coming back and getting Swisher on the little one hopper to Moose and finishing Gomes off with a breaking ball up out of the zone. Take him yourself.
You know, you brought it up earlier, Hud, that you asked Salvador Perez if Danny has the ability to tighten up that breaking ball, make it more of a slider. It's kind of in between now, a slurve. And it seems to me that we've seen some different tilt from that pitch tonight. Some that have looked more like curves, and then we've seen a few that have that tight rotation and more like a slider.
Yep, I was listening to our outstanding team before the game, Joe Goldberg and Jeff Montgomery, and Monty was talking about the two different type of breaking balls he's throwing too. And you can see it. One's a little tighter than the other. That looked like it was one there, a little shorter break to it.
Chisenhall flied to center his first time up. That was a jelly legger. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And that at bat against Rayburn this inning, I could tell that Rayburn wasn't picking up his breaking ball from the right side. Now it's going to be tough on Chisenhall being on the left side. Got to see it if you're a hitter.
Oof. And then late on the fastball. Boy, did he set him up well. Threw him a knee buckling curve to put that in the back of his mind, and then just reached back and threw it right by him.
Cheddar cheese at the knees. Chisenhall got to go.
Big fan of the Royals. Santa Claus was here during the last homestand.
Yep. Man of Steel.
Game 2 tomorrow. It's Buck Night and Summer Fireworks. 7:10 game with the Indians. Select items are just $1 at the concession stands. Hot dogs, peanuts, and small Pepsi products, $1 each. Then stay after the game for the best fireworks show in Kansas City, courtesy of Hy-Vee and Pepsi. Royals.com, 1-800-6-ROYALS for tickets. Well, Danny Duffy had 4 perfect innings before Carlos Santana's leadoff single. Now Corey Kluber has 4 perfect innings as he faces Salvador Perez, then Mike Moustakas, then Lorenzo Cain. Ramirez backs up to get a bigger hop and throws from the grass. Second time that Sal is grounded out to short. 1 down.
With the sun going down, there's not any sun hitting the hitter's eye back. I mean, the 4-10 sign back there, so it's a little bit easier for the hitters to see the ball and pick it up. Now it's a white ball that comes out of that backstop there.
Kluber struck out Moustakas with a slider in the second inning. And starts him off with a slider, 0-1.
You hear a lot of scouts and people say that baseball is a game of adjustments, and it is. Hitters and pitchers alike have to make adjustments. We saw Mike Moustakas early in the year. Coming out of spring training, look at his foot. Look at his front foot, how open it was. It was way out of the box. And then he's going to pick it up and set it down, and he was not having any success doing that. But he felt good. So when you feel right, you're not going to change anything. And gradually that foot kept coming more and more towards home plate to where now it's almost parallel. It's got a little bit, he's still a little bit open, but look at him here. He's more comfortable. It's not as drastic as a move. He's not, it's helping him load up a little bit easier and set his foot down. It was too big a swing. It was way too drastic at the time. However, talking with Dale Swain before the game, he said he was comfortable, and you're not going to change a guy when he feels good and comfortable. But then the discomfort started coming, and he had to make adjustments. And when they sent him down, he got more parallel.
Two plays for Ramirez. One from the left side of second base and one from the right side. So Kluber's retired the first 14, and now Lorenzo Cain, he grounded out to short in the second inning. Ramirez to the middle. He's been busy. He has handled all 3 balls in the 5th inning. That's 8 pitches for Kluber and just 58 through 5 perfect innings. Royals baseball is brought to you by the all-new Chrysler 200, America's import. This is the first of 4 with the Indians. Same time tomorrow night. It'll be Yordano Ventura against Josh Tomlin. Ivy Royals Live begins at 6:30. And hope we'll see you in person as we have Buck Night and summer fireworks for tomorrow's game with the Indians.
Oh yeah. Let's pack the cake.
Ramirez trying something different this time around. He looked overmatched when he faced Danny back in the 3rd inning. Eventually struck out swinging.
And when he bluffed his bunt, nobody moved in the infield.
Now to Escobar on 2 hops. Ramirez runs well, but he is out. Also coming up during the series, why don't you come out on Sunday for the Omar Infante poster giveaway presented by Pitcraft Printing and the Kansas City Steak Company. Be one of the first 10,000 fans through the gate to receive this limited edition poster. Plenty of tickets are still available. It's also a family fun day Sunday. Visit Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS now. Jason Kipnis has grounded out to second and flied to center. One ball, one strike. Kipnis going 0 for 2 tonight. He is now 2 out of 9 all time against Danny Duffy. And one of those hits is a home run. 2-1. And it wasn't just any home run. It was his first major league home run back in 2011 in Cleveland. Well, who knows how many home runs Jason Kipnis is going to hit and how many he'll remember, but he'll never forget July 31st, 2011. And his first one was hit against Danny Duffy. Alex runs it down tonight. Kipnis is 0 for 3 against Duffy.
Hey, picked the right team, sir.
You've got one of those, Hud, don't you?
Still finding the exact logo I want. I don't know if I'll have it on my shoulder or not.
1-1 on Aviles. Aviles has struck out twice, both on breaking balls, and that one hangs high. 2-1. Here's a highlight from tonight. Our good buddy Royals super fan Chris, and leaving his feet. Always has his glove, always waiting in the same area of Kauffman Stadium.
He's made more plays than I've seen any fan.
I haven't seen him on the road for a while. Maybe he got a promotion which doesn't allow him to travel as much as he used to.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
A few years ago, he followed the Royals on a road trip that included, in back-to-back cities, mind you, Pittsburgh and Houston, and he drove it.
Ooh.
So if that's not befitting of a super fan title, then I don't know what is.
Oh well, we'll probably see him before the year's out on the road somewhere.
Duffy's second walk, and Aviles is on for the first time. Michael Brantley's 0 for 2, although both outs are line outs to the outfield. One of them requiring a diving play by Dyson. He's one of the subjects of our Sprint Family question of the night. Fans agree with HUD tonight. 77% think that JD Martinez has given the Royals fits more than any other hitter. And not even close.
Yeah, I mean, those hits he came up with hurt Kansas City. I mean, you're like, oh man, they weren't expecting that from him.
Well, and one of them was that series in Detroit. Remember, Torrey Hunter was lost for the first game of the series.
Came out after his first base hit. He did something to his hamstring.
What a great break for the Royals.
Exactly.
You have to see Torrey the rest of the series.
And I remember J.D. Martinez butchered a ball in the outfield too, but he made up with it with his bat.
To see Jason Vargas getting closer to returning.
Yeah, it
so
is.
There's a little tightness where the incisions were when they removed his appendix. What was it, a few years ago? I remember Adam Dunn had an appendectomy and did not go on the disabled list. He had a really bad year that year. And I couldn't help but wonder, I mean, how can you really unload on a swing and not think that your insides are going to come apart?
Yeah, he later said that was a huge mistake on his part by not taking the time to heal.
1-1 on Brantley. From 76 to 96 with Danny's speed range tonight. He has not thrown more than 22 pitches in an inning. He is right at 80 with 2 down in the 6th. One and two.
Brantley extremely respectable with a batting average against lefties at .263 and 4 homers, but he's hitting righties at .347. 11 home runs.
We were talking about Yan Gomes and how the Indians locked him up long term. They did the same with Michael Brantley and Jason Kipnis this year, locking up their catcher, their second baseman, their normal left fielder. Brantley's playing center now with Michael Bourne on the disabled list. Kipnis and Gomes got 6-year extensions. Brantley got a 4-year extension, and he's responded with the best season of his career.
And it helps when you can run. And you're on the left side. Going to get a few infield hits. But he stays in the batter's box and takes a full swing. No question the MVP of the team offensively and defensively. You can't argue with that. He's got 10 outfield assists in left field. Even though he's playing center tonight.
From 1-2 to 3-2. We showed you earlier tonight how tough Brantley has been on the Royals. He was at .441 this year before his 2 lineouts. And he has more RBIs against the Royals in his career than against any other team, 38. Aviles will be running. And Brantley grounds it to Billy, who's right at the bag. Brantley didn't even have time to get out of the batter's box, and he was out. 6 scoreless innings for Danny Duffy.
Nice play, Billy. He's been good his last 3.
our Mazda game break. We head to the Bronx and Yankee Stadium. And Brett Gardner hit that ball. Good for the sacrifice fly. Yankees on top of the Rangers, 4-2. Rangers earlier today, or last night I should say, losing Joakim Soria in a trade to Detroit. There's Mike Aviles in the outfield. We talked about that a little bit. We knew him as a second baseman, third baseman, and shortstop coming up with the Royals, but he's played left field for the Indians, and the other day made his first ever appearance in center field. Started there. He said his biggest fear, guys, was a line drive right to him. Well, of course, the first ball he got was a line drive to end the inning, and he came in, and as we've known for years, Mike Aviles, he's not shy with the confidence, and he made it a point to let Michael Bourne and Michael Brantley know, this is nothing, guys. I got this. He's traveling with 5 different gloves for all the different positions and backups, and when it was pointed out he hasn't played first base yet, I said that to him. He said, I'm too athletic for that. To which Ryan Rayburn, sitting next to him, said, you're too little. That's the Mike Aviles we know, guys.
He's enjoying his time. That's what you do.
Santana fields. He'll go to the bag, and Corey Kluber has retired the first 16 Royals. After exhaustive research, our associate producer Dave Holtzman discovered that Corey Kluber has never gone past 4 1/3 innings without allowing a hit, or I should say had never gone that long, and tonight he's gone 5 1/3 without allowing a hit or a base runner. He has struck out 6, including Nori Aoki back in the 3rd inning. And that's a little bit high, ball 1. Our Sonic Slam inning contestant is Shannon O'Brien from Independence, Missouri. And if the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Shannon wins $1,600. Nori's due for one. That caught the inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Of course, if the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Shannon O'Brien wins $25 grand from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals.
That two-seamer came back over, caught some of the plate. He's got it working. No question about it.
1-2.
4-seam fastball up. 2-seam sinkers that move away from the lefties, and that little cutter into righties, or into lefties and away from righties.
Showing bunt. So it's somewhat against baseball decorum when a guy hasn't allowed a base hit, but there's no score. I mean, the Royals are trying more than breaking up a perfect game. They're trying to get a base runner and win the game.
That's right. Still open season on a bunt.
Ramirez gets Aoki, and Santana falling over as he stretches. 2 up, 2 down. Talking about Mike Aviles and his confidence in the outfield. How about this throw?
Oh, all the way on the fly.
Connor Gillespie getting a little too casual on a fly ball into the left field corner.
He's just having a blast. Let it go. Nice play. That's when you have your most success, playing free and easy, enjoying your time out there. Won't last forever.
Escobar talks that over with Chris Conroy, the home plate umpire. I guess he thought that was a little high. And he calls that a strike. 0-2.
Believe me, when a pitcher's got a game going like this, hitters that face him, they want to be the guy to break it up. He is hitting every bit of the plate. That might be the best pitch that Escobar's seen all night. It's right in the middle. Last guy, second time through.
Got him looking at a fastball. Still throwing 96. 7 strikeouts for Corey Kluber in 6 perfect innings. Wanted pitching tonight, you've got pitching. We have played 6 full innings. We have seen 1 hit and only 3 base runners. Corey Kluber has pitched 6 perfect innings. Danny Duffy began with 4 perfect innings. He has allowed a single and 2 walks. And look at our starters comparison. Kluber has 1 more strikeout. Danny's given up 1 more hit and 3 more base runners. Kluber in great shape as far as pitch count goes. He's only thrown 70. It was Carlos Santana who reached first against Duffy in the 5th inning with a leadoff single. We've said many times that Danny's a very emotional, passionate guy on the mound. And even with that, I would bet he is more relaxed. I mean, the game's all square as far as runs go, but he doesn't have the pressure of not allowing a base runner on him. And I'll bet as a result, his defense is more relaxed than the Indians' defense is.
It's been a really amazing story for Danny Duffy this season. Vying for a rotation spot against Yordano Ventura in the spring. Wasn't even close. He had a terrible spring. They weren't sure what to do with him, so they sent him down to the minors and said, well, why don't we just start him? Thought about putting him in the pen. He went down, worked, and then they needed him coming out of the pen, and Ventura made the team opening day.
I think he knows you're talking about him. Does he have a little earpiece on listening to our broadcast?
It's a pretty special guy, that guy there. Both of them. How about that? The emergence of Ventura and Duffy in the same year has meant a whole world to the Royals and their pitching staff. Bruce Chin, he's not too shabby either. That's right, he's smart.
Still 3-2 on Santana. Up the middle and into center field. So Santana has both hits for the Indians, and both times leading off an inning. You hear that whistle in the background. That's the screaming of the Royals bullpen phone. 91 pitches for Danny. And they begin to move around in the Royals bullpen. Ball one inside to Rayburn. Rayburn is lined to left and he is walked. Two and 0.
Well, we said before the game, if your offense isn't scoring a lot of runs and you're facing Corey Kluber, it doesn't look like you're going to score a lot of runs. Just shut him down yourself, Duffy. Throw a shutout. That's what he's been doing. Pretty impressive.
And shutting down an offense that has been one of the best in baseball this month. Here are their rankings in the American League in July, including first in home runs. Mentioned it was a mediocre first half for the Indians offensively, but in July, fourth in winning percentage, third in runs scored, third in slugging percentage, and the second best bullpen ERA.
It's important getting wins.
Two and two. Brian Shapiro, a proud Ohio native, is trying to convince us, has been trying to convince us, that the Indians' recent success is tied directly to LeBron James announcing that he's going back home.
Back to Cleveland? Yeah, you know what? Hey, why not ride the wave? Ride it. Francona's all in on that.
Now 3 and 2.
There's no doubt that that's elevated the city. The city's really pumped about that, and their new quarterback they got there,
Johnny Manziel. They were awarded the city was awarded the 2016 Republican National Convention. So a lot of big news for the city. Got him to pop up. Now will it stay in play? It will not. It landed right in a guy's lap whether he wanted to or not.
Yeah, it did.
Fella right there with the green shirt. Looks like we got some Wisconsin fans here. Dad in a Packers shirt, son in a Brewers shirt. Ooh.
Oh, busted his camera.
I hope that was his camera.
Oh, yeah, I saw the camera flip.
Struck him out. 7 strikeouts for Duffy.
There's that power Salvador loves. Says, you know what? He's rear back and throw it, and you could see how tardy Rayburn was on that fastball. Probably had maybe a secondary pitch in mind when you're that behind on a fastball.
3 strikeouts on fastballs, 4 on breaking balls. 1 on 1 out for Nick Swisher. He jumped on a first pitch fastball and fouled it away.
That's the 3rd time he's jumped on the first pitch in his 3 at bats. You looking heater early.
And that's foul. 0-2. Danny now at 100 pitches. And really only one long inning, if you define a long inning at 20 or more pitches. That was a 22-pitch fifth inning when Danny allowed his first 2 base runners of the night. Also struck out 2 in that inning.
Well, the most pitches he's thrown is 105. That was against the Dodgers. But it's the 5th time this year he's thrown over 100 pitches.
In 15 starts, that's not a lot.
No.
Only 1/3 of his starts. That's blasted to center field, and it should hang up for Dyson, and it does. That's a little more dangerous tomorrow when it's supposed to be in the upper 90s and windy. So the timing was good, and that is the 5th time tonight an Indians hitter has lined to the outfield.
He barreled it. You could tell by the sound he hit that good.
As promised earlier, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game sent in by Amanda.
She's got her a baseball.
Nurse Mandy.
Thanks, Amanda. Glad to see you with a souvenir. Dyson now with 6 putouts in the outfield. He's been busy.
Ball 1 on Gomes. Yan Gomes has struck out twice, both times on breaking balls. He homered against Duffy the last time the Royals and Indians played. That was in Cleveland back on July the 6th. Danny had 1 bad inning, and he was matched up with Corey Kluber in that game, as he is tonight. (2-0).
Mentioned Gerard Dyson has 6 putouts. Did you know, Ryan, the record for an outfielder for putouts in a game is 10?
Dyson, wasn't it?
Dave Holtzman just let me know that so we could educate the people. He's got some time left in this game. You never know.
Dyson is tied for that team record. He is the most recent. Carlos Beltran and Amos Otis also had 12 put-out games in the outfield.
Nice to learn a little Royals history.
Danny had 105 pitches and 3-0 on Gomes. And you know he has the green light here, so this is not just to throw a strike 3-0. And Gomes gets jammed and pulls it foul.
They're looking for that one big swing.
Got him. Struck him out 3 times tonight. Oh, that's strike 2. My apologies. Got a little excited there. But that's the pitch. Gomes can expect that pitch again.
That's right.
Down and in. He got him with that pitch in the 3rd inning. And he got him with that pitch in the 5th inning.
Talk about
At least I would assume he's going to get that pitch again.
You would think, but you know, you talk about the depth to that breaking ball and how what an angle it comes into the righty. It's extremely deceptive.
Runner goes. And he got a fastball and he drives it the other way. And Lorenzo Cain makes the play. 7 scoreless innings for Danny Duffy. Stretch time at Kauffman Stadium. No score.
Great job, Duffy.
Going, and Tickets for Less has the best selection of seats at Kauffman Stadium, including Crown Seats, Diamond Club, and the best dugout box seats to all Royals games. Ticketsforless.com is your trusted source for all Royals tickets. Tickets for Less is celebrating 10 years of local ownership, located on 135th Street in Southern Overland Park. Check out ticketsforless.com for all your Royals tickets. And there's Danny Duffy. You want to talk about some bad luck for this guy. He has had 8 runs scored by his offense while in there in the last 6 games tonight. No runs or hits to support him.
Yeah, forget about the run support. Where's the hit support? My goodness. And his last 10 starts, Danny Duffy, ERA 1.86. He's been dealing. That's all you can do, Duff. Just hang right in there.
This is the lowest run support with at least 10 starts in the major leagues. Only Eric Stoltz of the Padres has had worse run support. It is 0-2 on Dyson. On the other side, Corey Kluber has pitched 6 perfect innings. He has struck out 7, including Dyson twice. It's Dyson, Infante, and Gordon in the bottom of the 7th. Thought about it. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Gerard Dyson, he's a big threat, especially if he can hit the top of the ball and bounce one in that infield. He'll beat it out.
Ramirez goes out and makes the play. 1 down in the 7th. That is a rare out in the air against Kluber tonight. He has been mostly a ground ball and strikeout pitcher tonight, while Danny Duffy's been a fly ball and strikeout pitcher.
Tell you what, our Jeep drive of the game, we're going to show a pitcher who's extremely potent, powerful, on top of his game with all pitches going. 2-seamer, cutter, slider that's really, really sharp. Curveball and changeup, he's got them all. And hasn't had a lot of hit.
Just foul. Don't forget to visit Jeep.com to learn more. Been very few hard hit balls. In fact, I only have 1 on my scorecard. Alex Gordon line to Mike Aviles in the 4th inning. Shortstop Ramirez has been busy. He has handled 6 ground balls and just handled the pop-up hit by Dyson. 1 ball, 1 strike. Infante has popped out twice. He has popped out to first in foul territory and popped out to second. And there's a base hit and a base runner. So the same thing applies now to Corey Kluber. In fact, I think even more challenging, Hud. Danny Duffy went only 4 innings pitching exclusively out of the windup. Corey Kluber 6 1/3 innings pitching out of the windup, and now he has to pitch out of the stretch.
That's right. Short, quick, compact stroke. Broke it up. Good swing. Now we'll see. One of the big things about Corey Kluber, as successful as he's been, is they say his mound presence has been really solid. He does not get rattled. Let's see. He didn't let anything affect him in a game.
Infante has stolen 4 bases. And it's 0-2 on Alex. I was going to say, Hud, his mound presence, that goes back to the very beginning for Corey Kluber. I mentioned earlier that 2 years ago, Corey Kluber made his first major league start here at Kauffman Stadium. He gave up 6 runs in the first inning, but then none over the next 3 1/3 and ended up with a no decision. Just missed the inside.
Well, that two-seamer, it's hard to give up on it. It started in, but it almost caught the corner. Chris Conroy gave it to Alex.
Infante runs. Gordon strikes out. Infante is out. Now the Indians run off the field, hold everything. Ned Yost comes out of the first base dugout. No argument from Infante. And now the dugout lets Ned know that Infante was out. So Kluber gives up his first base runner, his first hit.
Great tag.
He still faced the minimum.
No hitter for either side in this one, so we head to the 8th inning. Espinera takes us around the league. All White Sox over Minnesota. Detroit and LA coming up in a little bit. Toronto just crushes Boston, Baltimore, and Seattle. Later tonight, the Mariners reacquiring Kendrys Morales in a trade today. Our Mazda game break. There's the spark plug of the White Sox. Adam Eaton, the hit up the middle. That's going to drive in a run, and the White Sox putting on a hurt of the Twins up at Target Field. In case you guys were wondering, and I'm not sure exactly what Ron Gardenhire is wondering about, but it's not the no-hitter that was going on in this game. Wade Davis in. Last Indians no-hitter was May 15th, 1981. Len Barker with 27 up, 27 down against the Blue Jays. The offense that day fueled not by Rick Manning, who's in the broadcast booth today. He batted leadoff for the Indians, but George Orta went 3 for 4 with a home run to help lead the Indians to the 3-0 win and that perfect game.
All right, thank you, Joel. As Wade Davis pitches in 3 consecutive days for the first time this year. 1-1 with Chisenhall. Denny Matthews has told me this story 100 times about Len Barker's perfect game. So back in 1981, and the family was keeping tabs on what Len was doing from a distance. And after he threw his perfect game, he called home to talk to his parents, and his grandmother happened to be there. And as Len called, he said, "I just pitched a perfect game." You know, this is before the internet. This is before cable television, or at least a lot of cable television.
No cell phones either.
No cell phones. So he had to call his parents and say, "I just pitched a perfect game." And as the story goes, Mom answered the phone and said to Grandma, "It's Leonard on the phone. He pitched a perfect game tonight." To which Grandma said, "Well, you tell Leonard that's okay. I just hope he does better next time out." So apparently it wasn't a great year, and they were used to bad news when Len was calling home to the family, and Grandma was just pre-programmed to say, "Well, you just tell him to do better next time out."
Went right over her head.
Yep.
Wade Davis, hey, has a lot to offer. Mid to upper 90s fastball. He cuts it, he curves it.
Just miss at 96 to Chisenhall. Not only is this Davis's first time this year pitching in 3 straight days, but if you include last year, at least at the end of last year when he was pitching out of the bullpen for the Royals, and 2 years ago when he pitched exclusively out of the bullpen for the Rays, this is actually the first time ever he has pitched in 3 straight games, and a good start to that 3rd consecutive outing as he strikes out Chisenhall looking.
Great spot, looked like a cutter. Not much you can do, but you know, you have to look hard, look fastball. Look up. Against Davis, and then he's going to roll that curveball, and it's going to mess you up.
Jose Ramirez against Danny Duffy struck out and grounded out to short. And he slaps it into left field for a 1-out single. As promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Danny Duffy disappointed no one. He was on top of his game, punching out 7. He went 7 strong innings, only gave up a couple of hits. No runs. Walked a couple, but look, he battled. And again, offense just not giving him any run support. Fantastic outing. He was brilliant. Continue that stuff, Danny, you're going to have a lot of success ahead of you. And so will the Royals. They'll start hitting and scoring some runs for you. Tremendous job. We said before the game, all you got to do, Duff, just shut him out. Kind of tongue in cheek. And he did.
Kipnis was 0 for 3 against Duffy. Close, but Ramirez is back in time.
Billy Butler's third game in a row playing at first base. And we've hardly even mentioned his name defensively. He's been really good over there. Made a couple of nice plays. And especially one throwing where they thought they got the guy, but it was Ramirez putting on a fancy slide around Escobar's tag that they had to review it. He told me that he's having a blast. He's enjoying playing on both sides of the ball, being in the game the whole time.
3-0 on Kipnis. Kipnis last week was the American League Player of the Week. This week, he is 3 for his last 21. Three balls and one strike.
Going to try to keep the ball away from him. Don't come in.
The Indians have their hands full facing Wade Davis. However, they have scored the most runs in the major leagues from the 7th inning on, including about 2/3 of their runs on the current road trip. That was a trademark of the Royals last year in the second half, on their way to the best record in the American League. Scoring runs 6th inning, 7th inning, 8th inning. Many times in games like this one where they were doing almost nothing on offense and then would erupt late. Now Kipnis walks, and with one out, the Indians get a single and a walk. And now the Indians are going to pinch hit for Mike Aviles. Aviles 0 for 5 against Wade Davis, so Terry Francona makes a change. There's one good reason why Ned Yost pitches Wade Davis in a 3rd straight day. He only threw 8 pitches yesterday in Chicago. Now 25 the day before that. So not a very heavy pitch load.
No, and they stay stretched out and they play catch every day. So they keep their arm loose. And it's not like they don't throw it all. They play catch every day.
Two for 5 as a pinch hitter, and 3 out of 11 for Murphy against Wade Davis. Late on a fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's effective up in the zone and away from him. Murphy's looking at that. 1 out, no shift on Murphy, who typically they pull him all over to the right side.
And now 1 and 2. Davis has allowed 1 run in his last 30 outings. He had that impressive scoreless streak of 22 and a third innings. Then he allowed a run, and now he has a 9-inning scoreless streak.
Wade Davis is showing you how to pitch up in the zone effectively. It's not from the knees to the belt, it's around the letters.
2 and 2.
Since Murphy hasn't come close to any of those fastballs, he's staying with it, and that's smart. Sometimes you throw that little curveball and could speed his bat up and pull it down the line. I didn't want to do that.
Full count. And a base hit into left field. Ramirez had to freeze to make sure the line drive got through, so all the runners just move up 90 feet. Ramirez to third, Kipnis to second, and there's Murphy with a pinch hit single. And that sets the stage for Michael Brantley.
And that's called shortening up your swing, not trying to juice the ball to the ballpark. Ramirez, good thing for Wade Davis, he didn't get a good read on that liner. Sometimes it's late in the game and you're a base runner, you know exactly where the infielders are. You take a chance on contact. He's a fast runner. But he played it safe. Bases loaded, one out. Didn't want to get doubled up on a liner. Murphy shortened up his swing and went the other way.
333 with a home run. Brantley against Davis, and takes a fastball for a strike. Pretty good career with the bases loaded, and even better this year, 6 out of 10.
Davis is going to have to execute some pitches. He's might have to bring in that breaking ball too.
Up the middle, Escobar is there, runs to the bag and throws to first for a double play. So a double play goes the Royals' way for a change. And Wade Davis gets around 2 hits and a walk and a scoreless 8th.
Put the wrinkle on it just in time. Got him to hit on top. Sweet, pitcher's best friend.
Royals baseball is brought to you by Ram. It's summer and great deals are heating up at the Ram Summer Clearance Event. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price every day. This is the first of 4 between the Royals and the Indians at Kauffman Stadium, including Saturday. Royals are on national TV on Fox Sports 1. The Fox Sports 1 doubleheader starts with the Nationals and Reds at 2:30. Then at 6 p.m. it's the Royals and Indians from Kauffman Stadium on Fox Sports 1. Saturday night, Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
That'll be a busy night.
David Murphy stays in the game. He goes into right field. He hit for Mike Aviles, who was in left, so Ryan Rayburn shifts over to left. Oh, 0-1 on Salvador Perez. Corey Kluber had a perfect game for 6 in the 3rd innings, and then Omar Infante singled. After that, Alex Gordon struck out, and Infante was caught stealing on the same play, so Kluber has faced the minimum. And it's 0-2 on Sal. Sal is grounded out to short twice.
3rd time through against teams Kluber's average against is just 237, so it's not like they're figuring him out or anything.
A little pop up to the right side, and Kipnis grabs it with 2 hands. Highest pitch count in 1 inning way back in the 1st, and it was only 16. So he's on pace to pitch 11 innings if he wants tonight. And now he gets Mike Moustakas. Oh for 2 tonight with a strikeout and a ground ball to short. That was with the shortstop on the right side of second base. Outside for ball 1. Seeing a little more of this shift. Early in the year it was everybody shifted over to the right, and now teams have been leaving an infielder on the left side, and not just barely on the left side. And out the count 2-0. The Indians are convinced that Moustakas is not going to bunt, so Chisenhall moves to the position we were just talking about.
Yeah, and Moose could care less.
Long run for Rayburn, and it's a fair ball. Mike Moustakas ends up at second base. He might score.
Francona, he's standing out in front of his dugout. He doesn't know what to do. He's saying, how did that happen? It's like he wanted to replay something.
I thought they might challenge it because it was so close to the line. So Rayburn missed it, and then he threw it to the invisible man standing in left field.
He spiked it. Now, you make contact with the ball, and that was in fair territory. And that's a fair ball all the way. And then Moose was going to second base, and then Rayburn, I don't know where, he meant to throw it, but obviously he didn't, and Moose made it all the way around. And the fans want to give Moose a curtain call.
It's a double and an error on Rayburn.
Can you believe this? The fortunes are turning for the Royals. That's what gets you on a nice winning streak right there. He ran and touched every single base and scored the only run of the night so far.
Well, it's not a home run, although I guess it would be referred to as a Little League home run. But if you're keeping track, it's the 6th time this year that Moustakas has touched them all against the Cleveland Indians.
And with Greg Holland hot and ready to go in that bullpen, timing couldn't be any better.
It also gets Mike Moustakas above 200 for the first time all year. Hitting at 201. In the air into right center field. And Brantley makes a play. Kane is down. He's 0 for 3. And there are 2 outs in the 8th.
I mean, this crowd was thoroughly entertained. I mean, whenever you run a triple in a big league ballpark, fans will tell you that's one of the most exciting plays to witness. But when Rayburn spiked that ball and it went out in the middle of nowhere, heck, Moose was on a free-for-all. Scampered all the way around.
By the way, that's the 79th error commit by the Indians this year. That's the most in the major leagues. Their defense has been a big problem this year. As it stands right now, it is an unearned run. And the Indians have allowed 54 unearned runs, most in the American League. 1-1 on Billy. One and two. Can we say as it stands right now it's an unearned run? Remember, it was a double for Moustakas, so he was going to be at second base. Billy Butler gets a base hit here. The score could rule that Moustakas would have scored anyway. Then it's an earned run. But if Butler is retired, then Moustakas still should be at second base, and it's an unearned run.
Ooh,
almost
man.
hit Rusty Kuntz. Helmet went flying off of his head, but the good news is that his head stayed on his shoulders.
And not a hair out of place. He thought it got him. Great job of getting out of the way of that one. That was a heat seeker. And the guy's getting a kick out of it.
And Billy strikes out. That's 8 for Kluber, so it ends up being an unearned run, but who cares? Mike Moustakas with just the second hit by a Royal tonight as he beats the shift. Everyone was shifted over to the right. 15 yards for spiking, and the Royals take a 1-0 lead. Royals didn't have a base runner tonight until 1 out in the 7th inning. Then they got their first. They got their second base runner in the 8th inning. And Mike Moustakas took care of it all by himself. He did get a little help from Indians left fielder Ryan Rayburn. Rayburn with a sliding miss. Maybe should have caught that ball, hit him on the wrist, and then spiked it in the ground. There was nobody in left field. Everyone was shifted over to the right against Mike Moustakas. And he goes blazing around third base with a Little League home run.
And the crowd went crazy. All right. Time to get her done.
Greg Holland will get Carlos Santana, Ryan Rayburn, and Nick Swisher. Eric Hosmer has been bothered by that bad wrist, but that doesn't prevent him from playing defense, so he takes over there as Billy Butler got the start at first. Now 1-1 on Santana.
Holland looking for his 27th save. It's been awesome. Strikeouts to walks, incredible. Innings pitched, all that's really special. Power fastball, slider, split finger.
And like Wade Davis, he pitches for a 3rd straight day. Danny Duffy, 7 scoreless innings, 7 strikeouts. He didn't allow a base runner till the 5th inning. Wade Davis got around a couple of hits and a walk in a scoreless 8th. So Davis, for a 2nd straight day, has a chance to win as Greg Holland goes for his 27th save. Danny Duffy gave up 2 hits in 7 innings, and both of those were singles by Carlos Santana. And now he's on with a leadoff walk. That is the 68th time he's walked this year. That leads the American League. And now the Indians will pinch hit. Ryan Rayburn, right-hand batter, goes back to the bench, and this is Chris Dickerson. Dickerson's done well. He's played in just 12 games and was called up when Michael Bourne was on the disabled list, and he's hit .364.
And he's 1 for 2 as a pinch hitter. Well, he's showing the bunt there. Don't want to move the runner. He's got an RBI as a pinch hitter.
Be a tough guy to bunt. 2 balls and no strikes.
Sure will. That hard fastball, he's got to be able to get that right down the middle, about belt high, as long as he's trying to bunt. Get him to pop it up.
And he gets the bunt down. Holland will play it. And in time to Hosmer. So the Royals get an out. And the Indians get 90 feet.
Excellent job by Dickerson. Not easy to bunt that ball, and he got it down. And in between Holland and Moose. Get that runner in scoring position.
Ball 1 on Nick Swisher. Four plate appearances for Swisher against Holland. He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a walk. 2-0.
I'm having a hard time with strike one.
Two and one. Greg Holland is 93 out of 103 in career save opportunities. Do you know that's the third best in Major League history with at least 100 save opportunities?
I did not know that.
90.3%.
No, he's been exceptional. But man, that speaks volumes for him, his ability, and also the fact that the Royals discovered him. Let him have that job in 12 after Broxton left. They knew he could do it. Split finger, hard to hit, and the slider. He's got two of them. Looking for a punch out.
Swisher able to lay off it. Highest save percentages all time, and minimum 100 save opportunities. Eric Gagne, he has the major league record for consecutive saves. Gagne 91.7%. John Smoltz, you think of him as a starter. Smoltz 91.1%. Greg Holland 90.3%. On the ground to Infante. Little bobble, but he's got time and throws out Swisher. And Santana goes to third. $22,120 here tonight for the first of 7 on this Royals homestand. Royals are 1 out away from jumping over the Indians for second place in the division. Lined into center field, and the Indians tie it with 2 down in the 9th inning. So the leadoff walk turns into the game-tying run.
Yan Gomes staying really short with his swing. Looking out over the middle, whether it was a fastball or that slider, whatever secondary pitch that was, it stayed up and he stayed on it. All hands right there. Just barely picked up his front foot.
Just the 3rd blown save for Greg Holland this year. And now that's grounded through the right side. Lonnie Chisenhall has a base hit. And they hustle to get Francisco Bueno warming up in the Royals bullpen, and Dave Island is going to jog out of the Royals dugout.
Didn't look like Holland's command was there as he walked Santana. Then he fell behind 2-0 before Dickerson got the sacrifice bunt, bunted him over. Swisher took him 3-2. He was having a hard time with strike one.
So Jose Ramirez filling in for Asdrubal Cabrera, who's been out for 3 games now with back spasms. 1 for 3 tonight. He singled against Wade Davis in the 8th inning. After the first pitch, and fouls it away. First time that Ramirez has faced Greg Holland. So we showed you an inning ago, the Indians have scored more runs than any team in the major leagues from the 7th inning on, and they do it again tonight against one of the game's best closers. Blocked by Sal. 1-1. I didn't have time to bring it up, Hud, but when Gomes came to the plate and Santana was at third, and Gomes, by the way, was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts against Holland. So one of the ways the Indians could have tied it was with a wild pitch. And Holland has 6 of those this year. But this is a conversation more about Salvador Perez. If you had to estimate how many balls are in the dirt every time Greg Holland takes them out,
I'm going to say 75% of them.
I mean, Sal blocks at least 2 or 3 every time Holland's in the game. Grounded to Infante. So the Indians tie it, and only tie it, and the Royals can win it in the bottom of the 9th. Aoki, Escobar, Dyson coming up in a 1-1 tie. Oh, but Corey Kluber had a perfect game with 1 out in the 7th inning. Omar Infante ruined that with a single. Then he had a shutout for 7 1/3 innings. Mike Moustakas ruined that with a double and then scored on an error. He has only thrown 96 pitches, so he stays in for the 9th. So does Chris Dickerson. He batted for Rayburn in the top of the 9th inning. He stays in left field. Nori Aoki, Alcides Escobar, and Gerard Dyson coming up for the Royals in the bottom of the 9th.
Aoki just getting his 3rd at bat of the night. That's how efficient Kluber's been. He's been excellent.
Just very rare. I mean, especially with the way bullpens are used today. I mean, can you remember the last time a closer blows a save and then you go to the next inning and the other team's starter is still in the game?
No, that's extremely rare.
Yeah. Center field, and Brantley is there. He'll make the play. Nori is 0 for 3. Brian Shaw, right-hander. Mark Zebchinski, left-hander. Up and going in the right field bullpen.
Can't remember the Royals scoring a more exciting run than that last one they scored. That only one of the night. Thought that was going to hold.
Strike to Escobar. First place Detroit They're on the West Coast. They're playing the Angels, and that game is no score in the top of the third inning. A game of interest to both teams here tonight. Escobar struck out swinging in the third and then struck out looking in the sixth. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's unusual in a ball game too to go this deep to have only 3 at bats.
Yeah, good point. That's odd. Guy's sitting in the 9th inning. You say he's 0 for 2. Nobody scored tonight until the bottom of the 8th inning, and then another run in the top of the 9th. The Royals won yesterday 2-1, scoring the go-ahead run in the 9th inning.
Corey Kluber, able to repeat his pitches, his mechanics, the way he's throwing that ball tonight, it really shows you the ace that he's become this year for the Cleveland Indians.
Two and two. Kluber retired the first 19 tonight and 21 of the first 22. Still 2 and 2. He has an 8 strikeout game. He struck out 10 in his last start. Three and two.
Been getting Escobar to swing at his slider whole game. 2 strikeouts, 1 swinging and 1 looking.
And now 3 strikeouts and 9 for Kluber, 2 down in the 9th.
Even though you know it's coming, doesn't make it any easier. Escobar was a little over anxious. They needed him to get on base there with a walk.
That is the 6th time this year Corey Kluber has had 10 or more strikeouts. And now ball 1 to Dyson. Gerard 0 for 3 against Kluber. A couple of strikeouts and a pop out to short. Not going to be easy. Kipnis fields and in time. And again, Ned Yost comes out of the dugout. John Wakamatsu on the phone with Bill Duplessis. And it is a thumbs down. So Bill Duplessis believes that Jordan Baker got it right. And for Corey Kluber, that's 9 innings without allowing an earned run. presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's all season long. 1-1 tie. Royals got their run in the bottom of the 8th. The Indians scored their run in the top of the 9th. Just the second blown save all year by Greg Holland. Yan Gomes with a 2-out single to tie the game. Coming up after the game, Boulevard Royals Live with Joel and Monty. Hopefully Joel has a guest from the field. That means a Royals victory. We'll hear from Royals manager Ned Yost. Josh Vernier will join us from the Royals clubhouse and interview Royals manager Ned Yost. And we'll go over the highlights. A pitcher heavy highlighted game tonight. Francisco Bueno has a inning made for him. The Indians have 3 straight left-hand batters coming up, beginning with Jason Kipnis, and he takes strike 1.
He's going to drop down his arm angle when he throws his slider. He's got a fastball. He'll reach 90, 91. Change up to righties, but big pitch we'll see is his slider away.
And there it was, dropping down sidearm. Indians 6-4. The Royals 500 in extra innings. Three pitches and Kipnis strikes out, so a good start for Bueno. 1 down in the 10th.
Sidearm breaker is just a little bit too hard on lefties to be able to lay off it, especially with 2 strikes. Does a great job of keeping it down. Lefty's only hitting 184 off Bueno with 9 strikeouts.
Now Murphy takes a strike. Murphy is a pinch hitter in the 8th inning, singled, and that loaded the bases for the Indians with 1 out in a scoreless game. And then Wade Davis got Michael Brantley, the Indians' best hitter, to ground into an inning-ending double play. 5 pitches, all strikes from Bueno in the 10th inning. Still 0-2. Duffy went 7. Davis went 1. Holland 1, allowing the run, and now Bueno in the 10th. On the Indian side, they've used 1 pitcher all night. Corey Kluber.
Some kind of game.
Got the home plate umpire Jordan, or rather Chris Conroy, on his right hand or right wrist.
Did Salvi get a glove on it at all? No.
Ooh.
Oh man,
That was a direct shot.
and Salvi looked like he felt really bad, and he tried to follow the home plate umpire Conroy around, and Conroy wanted nothing to do with it. He's okay.
Kyle Turner coming out just to make sure, and wasn't out there to shake his hand, but if he had broken a bone in his wrist or hand, he wouldn't have been able to grip Kyle's hand the way he did. So that was a firm enough handshake, and Kyle said, I guess you are all right.
He's tough.
Bueno, back-to-back strikeouts. 10 strikeouts for both teams. Kluber has 10 all by himself, and now Duffy, Davis, and Bueno have struck out 10. And now Michael Brantley.
I think that was a fastball that hit Conroy, or was that a changeup?
I don't know.
Because Salvi didn't even get a glove on it.
For his sake, I hope it was a changeup, but it was 88 miles an hour, so I think it was a fastball.
That's most likely a fastball, man. I'm a little surprised about Salvi didn't even touch it.
Paul Emo with an emphatic strike call. In fact, so emphatic he almost fell over. Fans in the upper deck who can't see very well certainly appreciate that. Still 0-2. Royals in the bottom of the 10th. Infante, Gordon, Perez. If anybody gets on, Moustakas. Dyson is there. Dyson's been all over the place tonight. Second time he has retired Brantley. Good job by Bueno. So here come the Royals in the bottom of the 10th inning. It was Omar Infante who broke up the perfect game bid back in the 7th.
Bottom of the 10th. Nice job there by Francisco Bueno. And if you could hear the voice in the background, that was Rusty Kuntz walking out to the field right now. Rusty saying, just proof once again, I'm getting too old for this job. And if you just joined us, maybe the highlight of the game was the Mike Moustakas play, but this would be second. There's Rusty Kuntz. Talk about a job hazard. He said he saw it coming on him about 2 feet from when it almost hit him, and then he took a tumble, and of course everyone in the dugout loved it, especially when you got a guy like Rusty, who's one of the more personable coaches in the game. Rex hit it on the head, not a hair out of place, because he does have the best head of hair in baseball, player or coach. And Rusty says the heart rate just starting to slow down.
We can laugh now, but there's a reason that those base coaches have helmets on.
This is Brian Shaw, so the first Cleveland reliever comes on in the 10th inning. 2-0 on Infante.
It's just strange to hear you say that. I mean, that doesn't happen in a modern game anymore. But Kluber's pitch count was so efficient that he went a complete 9 innings. Shaw 90-96 with his fastball. He's got a great cutter, power curve, changeup.
And now 3-0. One for 3 tonight. That single was big. Corey Kluber was working on a perfect game, and he had 1 out in the 7th inning when Infante singled to snap it. 3-1. Pretty good numbers for the Royals coming up against Shaw. Beginning with Infante, 3 out of 5 with a home run and 2 walks. And he'll take another walk. Winning run is on with nobody out. The first walk given up by an Indians pitcher tonight, and it doesn't come until the 10th inning.
Yeah, everything hard from Shaw. Even the cutter is hard. Now his average against righties is 164 with 2 homers. And that's the only walk-off of the year for the Royals. Hoping for another one. Lefties are hitting 361 off of Shaw.
Strike to Alex. Alex was 0 for 3 against Corey Kluber and had one of the few hard hit outs before the Royals got their first hit, and that was a line out to left field. He is 1 for 2 with a walk against Shaw. 1-1. Indians have a good bullpen. They have the second best ERA in the American League. Of course, that's not always the best measure for a bullpen. More inherited runners coming around to score. To second base, and the Indians turn a double play. The Royals grounded into 4 double plays yesterday in Chicago. Still won the game, by the way, and now 2 down to Salvador Perez. So pretty good bullpen numbers up and down. But the Indians have also blown 12 saves this year. So solid season for the bullpen, except for in the later innings with a lead.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you mix in those 79 errors, that played a part in some of them blown saves, I'm sure.
Chisenhall wants it, and he's got it. So Shaw works around the leadoff walk, and we will head to the 11th inning in a 1-1 tie. To the top of the 11th inning. Don't forget the Royals are on national TV on Saturday. It's part of the Fox Sports 1 doubleheader at 2:30. It's Washington at Cincinnati. And then at 6 o'clock, game 3 of this series, the Indians and the Royals. And HUD will be doing that game with Justin Kutcher. Fox 1 doubleheader on Saturday, also streaming on Fox Sports Go. Getting kind of nervous for that national game?
Absolutely. Always nervous before baseball games. And, you know, hopefully the Royals will be trying to take 3 out of their 4th game there. 3 straight. By then, never know. First things first. What a game tonight. Just 2 hits is all the Royals have been able to muster. But they got that one on Moose's double. And then the error on Rayburn.
Bueno stays on to get Santana, Dickerson, and Swisher. 1 ball, 1 strike. Danny Duffy opened with 4 perfect innings tonight, and then Santana singled in the 5th to ruin that, and then singled again in the 7th. Those are the only 2 hits allowed by Danny in his 7 scoreless innings. He struck out 7. Big hop for Escobar. And Santana is out. And now Bueno gets another left-hand batter. He saw all left-hand batters in the 10th inning. Kipnis, Murphy, and Brantley. Jason Frazier warms up behind him. Oh, and 1 on Dickerson. Came on as a pinch hitter for Rayburn in the 9th inning and dropped down a sacrifice bunt, which eventually led to the tying run. Carlos Santana scoring on a single by Yan Gomes with 2 down, handing Greg Holland just his 2nd blown save of the year.
And he did it on the first pitch. Looked like a slider that was up. Really credit Gomes for being ready.
Two and one. Dickerson in his first year with the Indians. He's been in the big leagues with the Reds, the Brewers, the Yankees, the Orioles, and now the Indians. 3 balls, 1 strike.
This might be an opportunity for him to get a fastball from Bueno.
Not a very good swing.
Tied him up. It's a good spot by Bueno. Now might try to get him to swing in his breaker.
Still 3-2.
Stayed with his fastball.
And now Dickerson walks with 1 out. Indians pitchers have walked 1 in 10 innings, and that is walk number 5 for Royals pitchers, including one that led to the tying run. Carlos Santana led off the 9th with a walk and scored the tying run. So Swisher will bat right-handed against Bueno. Ball 1 outside. Swisher's only seen Bueno once, and he's 0 for 1.
Now you mentioned how Cleveland leads the majors with 166 runs scored in the 7th inning or later overall, but they've been doing that on this road trip. 3 games prior before coming here, they've scored runs 16 of their 21. 33%. It's been crazy. '21 of their 33 runs on this road trip, 64% in the 7th inning or later. 16 and 21 in the Tiger series. Scoring late. Confident. Tells me they don't quit.
Swisher wasn't sure about that call. 1-2. Boy, how'd he lay off that pitch? 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's got really nice plate discipline. He always has.
Told you the story years ago about Nick Swisher. He was raised mostly by his grandmother, Betty Lou, who died in 2005. Raised him since the 8th grade after his parents divorced. Has a tattoo of her on his chest, and he looks up into the sky like he does right there for inspiration. He's been doing that ever since Betty Lou passed away in 2005. Does that before every pitch. And when he hits home runs, he'll point to the sky right before he hits home plate.
His dad was a big leaguer.
Steve Swisher, a former major league catcher.
Oh,
that ball is going to hook, and it will go foul.
the bat head got there, but just a little too quickly. As he hooked it. He never left the box. He knew it wasn't going to stay fair. Most switch hitters are natural right-handed hitters, and they've got a little bit more power. They'll tell you.
And he strikes out. Swisher mad at himself, not the home plate umpire. He worked hard during that at bat and then ends up taking a strike. So 2 down. And Ned Yost out to make a pitching change. So Bueno strikes out 3 in an inning and 2/3. He leaves behind Dickerson at first, and Jason Frazier comes on to face Yan Gomes.
Francisli Bueno. Two outs. Ned Yost went and pulled Bueno out And he was outstanding. Francisli looked really good. Held him off, and now hand that ball to Jason Frazier. Going to come in and try to keep him down for one more out, get out of this inning, and hopefully walk off their second game of the year coming up next half inning.
And we are here because of Yan Gomes.
Oh, you got to credit it. Holland struggled a little bit with his command early. He was falling behind hitters. But Gomes, on the first pitch he saw, almost like he knew it was coming straight right. I mean, it's a breaking ball, but he was right on the middle with it with a short, quick swing. Lifted his ball club, giving them some life.
A little bit low for ball one. Gomes was 0 for 3 against Danny Duffy before delivering that game-tying single. Frazier has pitched twice since joining the Royals. He made 39 appearances for the Texas Rangers, and then pitched once in the Boston series, once in the Chicago series, both times just getting one out and trying to get the final out of the 11th right here. And it's 1-1 against Gomes.
Got a fastball, slider, and a changeup.
One and two. Gomes has faced Frazier once before tonight. Frazier struck him out. Runner going and safe. Dickerson got a good jump, and that was a tough pitch to throw on for Sal. He still made it close. And Dickerson's in scoring position.
This is his first bag for the Tribe this year.
Look at that.
Great pick.
I mean, come on.
I mean, he made it close on a pick. He scooped it and transferred it to his hand, and he couldn't even see it.
First for Dickerson. 2-2 on Gomes. It's just amazing how many balls like that he catches when most catchers are just trying to block it.
Yeah, and we notice that whenever there's a runner at third base, he doesn't close his glove all the way. He leaves it open. He wants to just leave it in front of him. But when you come to that catch and throw there, he picked it in the webbing of his glove and transferred. No bobble or anything. He's very special.
And now 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Let's see it again here. Looking for a fastball, turns his glove over right in the pocket and got it to his hand. Like,
I mean, seriously?
Yeah, it's not that easy. Tremendous hands.
And Gomes chases a slider. He thought it was in the dirt. Chris Conroy says no, it wasn't. So Frazier again comes on, gets one out. Indians leave the potential go-ahead run in scoring position.
Cashman Stadium as the Royals are tied 1-1. No runners left on base, as you saw there. 0 LOB. An interesting note. The Royals have only played 5 games in franchise history without leaving a runner on base. They have never won in all 5 of those. So, hey, how about a walk-off homer right here and end that? Another interesting one for you guys. Last time an Indians pitcher went 9 innings and did not get a complete game, Cliff Lee, 2008. Last time it happened for a Royal, Darrell May, 2003.
All right, Joel, with some exhaustive research.
Nice job, Joel. 8th inning. Here we go. Moose. Everybody was sound asleep. All of a sudden, Rayburn tried to make a catch and went off his wrist. Moose got a double, and he wouldn't stop at Rayburn. He whipped the throw. I mean, he whipped it all the way to where he threw it where no one could get to it, and Moose ended up scoring. And that was late. Holland coming in the 9th inning. You thought for sure it'd be over. Yan Gomes got a nice RBI single. So here we are back to Moose.
Batting over 200 for the first time this year.
All right. Pretty deep in the season for that to happen, but hopefully he can continue to thrive like he has been. Power numbers look good. Leads the team in homers.
And ahead in the count, 3-0.
Cutter.
He was hitting 152 when he went down to the minor leagues. That's a pretty good spike considering how late in the season it was. It was in the middle of May. Came back up in late May, and he's done it by not playing every single day. He's been platooning with Danny Valencia.
It's really been a lot shorter. His stance is more parallel. He's getting confident. He's getting a few more base hits to left field. Not a lot, but that last one, that last double down the left field line was pretty special. Staying on the ball, and he's not missing his pitch inside. That's the difference.
Tough hop. Ramirez handles it. One down to the bottom of the 11th. 6-3 with Ramirez on the right side of second base. Now Lorenzo Cain. We were talking about this earlier, Hud, how good the pitching has been tonight. Raul Ibanez will hit after Cain. Here's a guy coming up in the 11th inning, and he's 0 for 3. Dickerson makes the play in left field.
Yes, it's just been some very strange happenings here in this ball game tonight.
So Hosmer took over for Butler. That was back in the 9th inning. But Hosmer can't hit. There may have been a situation had Moustakas and Cain both reached. Ned Yost may have used Eric Hosmer to drop down a bunt. But now he needs somebody to swing the bat, and Hosmer is not able to do that. 2-0. During the regular season, Raul Ibanez has 6 career walk-off home runs. And on the rare night that Greg Holland blows a save, Raul Ibanez, it was not a walk-off home run, but he hit a home run to put an end to Holland's long save streak here at Kauffman Stadium last year when Raul was playing for the Mariners.
I remember. It was a slider up.
3-1. He also had that game that, think about this. many will say will go down as maybe the best postseason performance by a Yankee ever in 2012. And he has a base hit all the way down into the right field corner. Murphy plays it well, so Ibanez holds at second base with a double.
Makes Ibanez 5 for 18 off the bench this year as a pinch hitter. Pretty nice spot too. He got it down and in. He got the top half of the ball, but he whistled it right by Santana, the first baseman, and Murphy had a long way to go. So far that Ibanez, he thought about legging it out for a triple.
Just to finish the thought, the game we're talking about, it was in the first round of the playoffs in 2012. The Yankees and the Orioles. Raul Ibanez in one game, game 3 of the American League Division Series, tied the game with a home run in the 9th and then won it with a home run in the 12th.
He's been quite dramatic.
Got a flair for the dramatic.
No doubt.
Atchison comes on to pitch for the Indians. In the 11th inning, doubles put the winning run in scoring position with 2 down. Terry Francona takes Brian Shaw out and brings on Scott Atchison. Look at that. He has inherited 21 runners this year, and only 3 have come around to score.
2 outs. He's going with a guy who was in the closing mix for a little bit with his ball club. Cutter. Hard fastball slider.
Nori Aoki, remember yesterday in the 9th inning, he had the hit that allowed the go-ahead run to score. They didn't rule it an RBI because there was an error at home plate. He has 1 career walk-off hit, and that's a strike. So quickly Aoki is down 0-2.
Hasn't had an RBI since June 7th. I think he's due.
He is 1 for 2 against Atchison. Gomes got tangled up with Aoki for a moment. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Royals have 3 hits tonight, and there's 2 down in the 11th inning, and we're tied at 1.
Atchison, he pitched 2 years with the Hanshin Tigers in the Japanese League. I wonder if these two ever hooked up. far as faced each other before.
Ooh. 2-2.
That was pinpoint. That's right where you wanted it. Stuck that right on the corner. Good little overhand curve.
And now 3 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, Atchison there in 2008, 2009. And that's when Aoki was still playing in Japan.
He played for the Yakuto Swallows, so they're in the same league.
Over the mound. Going to be a tough play for Ramirez. Safe. And the Royals are still breathing.
Just bounced in front of the plate. Aoki, he knew it. He had a chance to beat it out. Terry Francona, he's waiting in front of his dugout to make sure he gets the right review. And
that didn't look very good.
No, if you're a Royal fan. I like Francona's style. He just stands out in front of his dugout. He doesn't go all the way on the field.
Yeah.
And then he waits, and then when he only goes out on the field when he knows he's going to replay it. And that looks like they might have got him.
Jerry Meals, crew chief, on the right. And Jordan Baker, the umpire who made the call, on the left.
Hey, shortstop Jose Ramirez has had a nice night. He's made all the plays and then some. Tough ones.
How tall is Jordan Baker? I mean, he could definitely post up Jerry Meals. There's no doubt about that. So the ruling is infield single. And at the moment, Ibanez at third, Aoki at first with 2 down. Alcides Escobar scheduled to come up next. Well, they're taking a long time.
They are.
Maybe a little extra time because of the weight of the situation here.
And Atchison, he's taking some warm-up tosses and he's still waiting.
Royals have doubled their hit output in this inning. So the call is overturned, and that ends the inning. So the Royals strand their first 2 runners of the night, and that comes in the 11th inning. Yes, stays in at first base as we go to the 12th inning. Made things interesting with a 2-out double in the bottom of the 11th, and for a moment had gone to third on an infield single by Nori Aoki, but after a challenge, the call was overturned. That put an end to the inning. And now Scott Downs is the 6th Royals pitcher tonight, with Chisenhall, Ramirez, and Kipnis coming up. So Downs will get at least 2 left-hand batters, beginning with Chisenhall. Lonnie Chisenhall is 1 for 4. Oh and 1.
Big looping curve, fastball and a changeup.
Oh and 2. And just foul. Still 0-2 on Chisenhall. The game that both teams are keeping an eye on. Detroit at the Angels, and the Tigers lead 1-0. That game's in the bottom of the 5th inning. Base hit to right field. 2 hits for Chisenhall.
Sure, they'll have Ramirez bunt him here. This situation.
He has 1 sacrifice bunt, and he bunted it twice, so it's foul.
Before he stepped in the batter's box, he went out and talked to third base coach Mike Sauerbaugh. Talked it over, make sure it's doing what he wants to do. That's what you do this time of game. Got to sacrifice, especially with Ramirez. Backup player, got to do little things.
He offered at it. 0-2. Now will he be asked to bunt with 2 strikes? By the way, the Angels have just tied the game at 1 in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Curveball messed him up.
He is swinging, and he just got a piece of it. C.J. Cron driving in a run to tie the game at 1 for the Angels, hosting the Tigers out on the West Coast. Max Scherzer pitching for Detroit. One and 2.
Chisenhall has 2 stolen bases all year. Been caught once. Not likely going anywhere.
Ibanez steps on the bag, throws to second. Double play.
How beautiful is that? Got it right to him. Chisenhall never even made it to the base. Nice play, Raul. He'll tell you it's routine, but that throw's not. If you hit off the back of the runner, it's a whole different ball game.
So Kipnis with 2 down, nobody on, and Downs jumps ahead with strike 1. 0 for 4 tonight. Kipnis has reached with a walk. He is 0 for 3 against Scott Downs. 0 and 2. One and 2. Cody Allen has been the Indians closer, so just in case the Indians were to take the lead, still 1 ball 2 strikes. John Axford began the year as the Indians closer, and now Cody Allen has resumed those duties. Indians have had several opportunities tonight. They have left 9 on base, which doesn't sound like a lot in 11 plus innings, but the Royals have only left 1 on base. 2 and 2. Ball slicing back toward Dyson, and he makes the play. So leadoff single. The Royals get their second double play of the night, and we head to the bottom of the 12th. Up on Crown Vision, so those young guys trying to get up on the large video board by flexing their muscles. We haven't seen much flexing of the muscles on offense tonight, with a combined 2 runs. And a combined 10 hits in 11.5 innings. Alcides Escobar thought he was going to get a chance to win the game in the bottom of the 11th after Noriaoki first reached on an infield single, but after an Indians challenge, he was called out. So Escobar will lead off the 12th, and Atchison almost throws one Back to the screen.
Maybe it's a good time that the Royals showed the flex cam so somebody can jump one out of the ballpark.
There you go.
Do it.
Eske's just glad to see Kluber in the Indians clubhouse. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Line to right field. Murphy is there and makes the play. 1 down. Atchison is the 3rd Indians pitcher tonight. The Royals have used 6 pitchers. The Indians got 9 innings out of Corey Kluber. Ball 1. Hipnis throws him out. 2 down. Let's go to Joel.
Well, Ryan, as we often know, teammates like to give each other a hard time. The Royals have their share of veterans with Raul Ibanez and Scott Downs. Well, this week, some of Scott Atchison's teammates decided they were going to give the 38-year-old a hard time, and they just were crushing him on Twitter. Corey Kluber leading the way, saying shoeless Joe Jackson was quoted saying, toughest pitcher I ever faced was Scott Atchison. And it went on and on and on. These guys were talking about the age. Lonnie Chisenhall, I just told Scott Atchison to act his age, so he turned into a fossil. As you can imagine, they like to get after him a little bit. And this, of course, maybe because Jason Giambi is on the DL.
Does he remind you of anybody? Think baseball movie.
Yeah, Kevin Costner.
For Love of the Game.
That's right.
Doesn't he?
Oh, man.
Got his glove on it.
Ouch.
That 38-year-old right hip might be hurting for a while. But he pitches a scoreless bottom of the 12th, and we'll head to the 13th, still in a 1-1 tie. Innings. It was 2 months ago today. The Royals were at Anaheim and they played 13 innings against the Angels. 4 hours and 53 minutes. That's the longest game for the Royals this year. And they beat the Angels 7-4. It had been a while since the Royals played extra innings. Got to go back to June the 4th. Seems like yesterday, and pretty close. Pretty soon it will be yesterday, but what a duel we had between Corey Kluber and Danny Duffy.
It was special. I mean, talk about a pitcher's affair. It was tremendous how they hit their spots. Duffy the left-hander, Kluber the right. Both refused to blink. And there's Duffy, still out there, rooting his teammates on like he always does.
Royals were playing Murphy up the middle, so Escobar will throw him out. Murphy is 1 for 3. This is Downs' second inning of work. Gave up a leadoff single in the 12th inning, but then got Jose Ramirez to ground into a double play after Ramirez failed to get a bunt down. And a strike to Michael Brantley. Now Aaron Crow warms up in the bullpen. 4 other times this year Scott Downs has pitched 2 innings. And all of those with the Chicago White Sox. Brantley so far tonight 0 for 5. And now 1 ball 2 strikes. A convention of the Rex Hudler fan club has assembled just below the booth.
I
Listen to them down there.
Just can't
calling
believe
out
that
your name. Chanting your name.
They're
going
still
nuts down there.
They're still in it. They're fired up. They're waiting for their Royals. You kidding me? Downs doing a nice job shutting them down. Only 2 runs the whole night.
Attaway, Joel.
Thank
and
you. Did you see that?
Joel, he just said thank you to you. There you go.
Let it go.
I'm getting booed for giving it to the kid. Come on, people.
Just found it's still 2 balls 2 strikes.
That'll make him happy.
Hey, Rhino, it's getting late. I was just told go back to Minnesota. Isn't that you? By the way, Rusty has moved to the back bench. The foul ball before the last one came screaming into the dugout right to him. He jumped, took a little water break. He's now on the back bench.
Joel, game speed down there. Be careful.
Fonte handles the hot shot and gets Brantley. So we brought this up way back in the first inning, almost 4 hours ago, and how good Michael Brantley has been against the Royals this year. And how do you beat the Indians? Well, you can start with Brantley, and Dyson made a diving play in the first inning, and now Michael Brantley is 0 for 6.
Shocker. And typically when you have a game this length, I know a lot of people, especially players, they all want to look and see not who got all the hits, but who got the offer.
Second time in his career he's had an 0 for 6. Ball 1-2. Carlos Santana. One and one. So unless Ned Yost wants to use a starter as Aaron Crow warms up, he is the last available reliever. And remember, Scott Downs has not gone past 2 innings this year. That's right, we haven't seen Kelvin Herrera. Where is Kelvin Herrera? I think just looking down, there he is. He's way back in the corner. Looking down at the bench in the Royals bullpen, and from our angle you can't see Kelvin Herrera. Kelvin has warmed up 3 different times tonight. Two and two on Santana. And looking at Aaron Crow this year, he has gone 2 innings once. And he appears to be warmed up and ready to go. Three and two. And Santana walks for a second time. Second time tonight, 69th time this year to lead the league. And now Downs gets left-hand hitting Chris Dickerson. The Indians on offense have 7 hits, and they have reached with 6 walks. So 13 runners. The Royals have had 3 hits, and they've reached with 1 walk. 0-1 on Dickerson. Indians have left 9 on base. The Royals have left 1 on base. One and one. Two plate appearances, dropped down a sac bunt, which helped lead to the tying run in the 9th inning, and then walked and stole a base in the 11th. Now to Infante. To the bottom of the 13th, still a 1-1 tie. Don Wakamatsu's Royals lineup. with calligraphy, and it's the bench coach's job when he gets the official lineup from the other team to match it up and make sure that there aren't any mistakes on the official batting order. Maybe someone's at the wrong position or in the wrong part of the lineup. So that's how it looked before the game. And now as we head to the bottom of the 13th, it's a little messier. Don Wakamatsu does the substitutions in calligraphy as well.
Pretty talented individual, I'll tell you. He learned that on the internet. Got a couple of guys scratched out, and let's see where Zepchinski is. We'll have to cross him out right there. Just add to the many lines that are on that card. Well done, Wakamatsu.
Left-hand batters coming up. Alex Gordon, Mike Moustakas. Salvador Perez bats between those two, so Zepchinski is in, and Alex takes ball one.
'87 to '91 with his fastball. He likes to sneak that sinker in there. Curveball and a change.
There's the curve. 1 ball, 1 strike. And now 1 and 2.
Got the 3 men on the right side now. Third baseman Chisenhall, he's moving over to where the shortstop usually plays, so the whole left side is wide open for Alex. Plenty of lanes over here, over there.
And Alex strikes out. Alex 0 for 5 tonight with 3 strikeouts. Well, you'd love for it to end right here. Home run, walk it off, game over. But Zepchinski, even going back to his minor league days, he did many things well to get to the big leagues, but number one is keeping the ball in the ballpark. By striking out Alex, he's thrown 34 1/3 innings, and he's allowed 1 home run. How about this one? In the minor leagues, before he made his big league debut in 2009, in the minor leagues, 254 innings, 5 home runs allowed.
Ooh, man, tells me he hits his spots.
And those spots are usually below the knees.
That's right. More difficult for that hitter to lift that ball than it is an elevated pitch around the thigh. Knees to belt.
Kipnis was playing up the middle, and that takes care of Sal. Mentioned earlier, Raul Ibanez hitting a home run off of Greg Holland. Mike Moustakas later in that game, September the 15th, hit his first career walk-off home run.
I remember that. Ooh,
He's going for it right there.
similar swing.
So the connection here, rare blown save by Greg Holland, walk-off home run by Mike Moustakas. 1 ball, 1 strike.
3 of Moose's homers have come off of lefties. 3 out of the 12.
Backhanded by Santana. Zepchinski to the bag. And for the first time this year, the Royals will play at least 14 innings. 14th inning. It was 1 month ago today in Arizona. The Indians played a 14-inning game. Jason Kipnis nearly put the Indians in front of the 13th. He had a triple after a bad bounce, and then rounding third, that's when a big bear jumped on his back and was thrown out at the plate. And then in the bottom of the 14th inning, Aaron Hill with the infield and the outfield in. And this is how you celebrate after a long 14-inning game. You just get down on the grass and
cover up,
take a Gatorade bath.
Here it comes.
Aaron Crow pitches the 14th inning. First time the Royals have played 14 innings this year, and the first time since September of 2012. And in that game they played the Cleveland Indians and they won 7-6. Crow gets Swisher, Gomes, and Chisenhall. 0-2. A little late with that swing. 3 pitches and down goes Swisher. 13 strikeouts for Royals pitchers tonight. Duffy had 7, Davis 1, Bueno 3, Frazier 1, and now Crow with his first. Crow is the 7th Royals pitcher tonight, and the only reliever left in the bullpen is Kelvin Herrera. Over for a strike. We are here in the 14th inning because of Yan Gomes. With 2 down in the 9th inning, Gomes jumped on a first pitch slider from Greg Holland and singled in Carlos Santana to tie the game. Just the 2nd blown save this year by Greg Holland. Good bounce for Salvador Perez. He has a chance and he throws him out.
Hey, you hear that ball hit the backstop like that. With that sound, you know it's going to come back. Some signage board back there. Sometimes it hits it, sometimes it doesn't. But Salvi, quick feet. Just barely sat his feet and threw over the top. That's a big out.
Now Lonnie Chisenhall, he has a 2-hit game. Two singles to right field. One against Holland in the 9th inning, and one against Downs in the 12th.
It's a lot of game to be catching. Salvi just caught that one off of his left shoulder. Might have been his bicep.
One and two. Crow looks good. That fastball at 94.
Salvi just stuck his glove out there. That ball was foul tip, but it just stuck right in there. He didn't even move.
And Sal again is going to have to throw down to first. That was a tough throw because he had to get it over Chisenhall.
He's got skills. You kidding me? Way to keep him alive, Salvi.
Aaron Crow strikes out the side. We head to the bottom of the 14th.
Oh, like a cat. Pounced all over it.
Sit out there and then get up, have to warm up quickly and be at the top of your game. But how about sitting out there for 4 hours and Aaron Crow comes on and strikes out the side.
Looked great. Slider was so nasty. Salvi had a hard time with it, but he's able to pounce on it and get a couple of outs there at first base. Duffy, a long time ago, started this game. He's had time to ice, get treatment, take a shower, hot tub.
Do his in-between starts conditioning. Might see him running the stairs here pretty soon around the stadium.
Because, you know, after they pitch, they love to work it out. Sweat.
Lorenzo Cain, Raul Ibanez, Nori Aoki. So right-hand batter and then 2 lefties coming up. And Terry Francona stays with Zepchinski. And it's 0-2. Lorenzo is 0 for 4. One ball, 2 strikes. Games like this are not uncommon at all. Most extra inning games are decided in the 10th. There's a lot of carryover emotion from the 9th. Guys are still fired up. And then you get to a point where the game just gets long. Guys are physically and emotionally tired. And they're all trying to win the game with one swing. And consequently, they'll start chasing pitches they don't normally chase.
Gets a little sloppy at times. But Francona's got to love the job that Kluber did. He saved the bullpen. Went 9 innings.
Still 2-2 on Cain. Many times a game like this will be decided because of a mental mistake. Misplay, overthrow, extra base. If not 2 extra bases are taken, just a matter of who can hold their concentration the longest. Ramirez, tough play. Cain is on to begin the 14th inning. Going to call it a base hit.
All the way. Ramirez, like I said earlier, he's been doing a heck of a job at shortstop, and also when they pull him over to the right side. He's made every play, made some difficult, and this one probably was the hardest. having to come in, and that's a do or die stab. You don't know where that ball's going to bounce. You're hoping it bounces in your glove, and it hit just off of his chest, and there's some life. Now Ned Yost, down to just 2 position players, is going to go to his bench and get Danny Valencia to come off it. Pinch hit. He's got Brett Hayes left. Francona. Got plenty of guys in that bullpen left. He says, all right, you're going to go with your right-handed hitter. I'm going to go out to my bullpen and bring in a righty.
Told you last inning about how tough Zepchinski is, especially keeping the ball in the ballpark if you're going for an extra base hit. Raul was 0 for 2 against Zepchinski. So Valencia instead will face a righty when we come back. Saw this coming, and he had to decide with John Axford warming up. Did he want Raul Ibanez to face Mark Zepchinski or Danny Valencia to face John Axford? Ibanez 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts against Zepchinski, and Danny Valencia 0 for 2, no strikeouts against John Axford.
So Danny will be seeing a 90 to 95 mile an hour fastball, slider, pretty good curve.
Lorenzo Cain opened the inning with an infield single. Try and make something happen here. I mean, Gomes has been catching for over 13 innings.
Yeah, you know, but he's got game. You got to try something here, though. Take a shot. Lorenzo's,
he's leaning.
13 for 16. So sometimes you fail to remember how many times the outfielders run in and out to their position, you know, twice an inning. By the time this gets in here, these guys are a little bit gassed. But Lorenzo Cain, I'm sure that adrenaline's going to pick up on him, and if he can get a jump, he'll go.
He flinched like he wanted to go, and Valencia takes a strike. Just the second time all night the Royals have had the leadoff man on. Valencia was 2 for 9 on the road trip with an RBI, also hit by a pitch. Kane runs, and the pitch is a strike. Kane is safe. Now Terry Francona is going to come out.
Good jump in a late slide by Lorenzo. Got him there. Hopefully it holds up. I don't know. Looks like he's safe. Now they might have to have another angle. This one right here might can tell if he touches him in the shoulder or not. But there he is. He's on the bag. So Francona, who won earlier, has got another chance, and he'll just gonna take one here. Why not?
Used his challenge in the 11th inning, and it ruled in the Indians' favor, so he got the additional challenge.
The angle they're showing on the scoreboard is from the first base side, and looks like Lorenzo Cain's hand got in there before the tag was made, and that's the view the people are seeing. It's all about the people here at the K, staying late.
Question is, right there, what happened? He's got his hand on his back. Does Lorenzo's hand come off the bag?
I don't know, but we've seen some overturned. They beat the throw, but they came off the base. I mean, they're watching every little thing, but it looked like to me he stayed on.
Yep.
So big opportunity for Valencia or anybody else that comes in there to chip one in.
He is safe. So I guess from Terry Francona's point of view, at this point in the game, critical runner at second base.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah. Take a shot.
Go for it. So give up some ground there. Kipnis is going to try to hold Cain close.
Valencia strikes out. Now we'll see what Terry Francona does with Nori Aoki coming up. He does have a lefty warming up in the bullpen.
Valencia saw that fastball and his eyes lit up. Just it was elevated. Good pitch by Axman.
Nori is 0 for 4. And facing a former teammate. They were together in Milwaukee, Aoki and Axford, in 2012 and 2013.
Yep. Nori's been seeing nothing but hard fastballs in for the last 2 weeks, or a week that he's been activated. And that's because they don't want him to be able to dump anything into left field. They're trying to break his bat, and he's been rolling a lot of ground balls at the second baseman. Well overdue for a RBI.
1-1. 97 at the knees over the inside.
I said he hasn't had an RBI since June 7th. This would have been. And he's happy he scored Moose, but since the official score gave Flowers an error, doesn't count as a run batted in.
2 balls and 1 strike.
So maybe he can stay hot right here. Do it again. Chip it in. Now, outfield way shallow. Going to be a tough one. But you know, Mike Jersley, third base coach, probably be waving Lorenzo Cain home. So if you're Aoki, you can look inside and look to turn on one.
96. 2-2.
Tough to square that up. That's called pitching up effectively.
96 again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Escobar is next. Axford started the year as the Indians closer. It's the 3rd time in the last 3 years he has lost a closer's job. He lost it with the Brewers in July of 2012, and then about the same time last year with Milwaukee, and then was traded to St. Louis. Nori hits it up the left field line. That's a base hit. Here's Kane, and we go home after 14 innings.
What a time to get your first RBI since June 7th. Congratulations to Aoki. What a confidence builder that'll be for him. Second career walk-off hit for Nori Aoki. Great piece of hit.
So the Royals jump over the Indians in the standings. They're back in 2nd place. And they're even now in the season series with Cleveland. 5 wins, 5 losses. It took a long time, but we finish with a KCW. Royals pile up 5 hits in 14 innings and win the game. Let's go down to Joel.
All right, Ryan, thank you very much. We'll have a couple of guests we'll visit with Nori Aoki in just a moment, but let's start with Mike Moustakas. And I don't know if that's a play you've seen since Little League. Tell me about the quote-unquote inside the park home run.
I mean, just flared a ball out into left and, you know, dropped in, threw the ball back into left, and I was able to score. So, I mean, that was pretty much the gist of it.
Are you laughing at some point? The guys were fanning you and trying to get you a little breather.
Yeah, it was a long run around the bases, especially when you're running hard. But, you know, it's nice to get that run, especially when Kluber was throwing as good as he did. But how about Nori's walk-off right there? That's huge right there, guys. Come on, give it up.
All right, we'll say goodbye to Moose as he lets Nori enter in. We get a little bow from Moose. And we've got Nori Aoki along with his translator, Kosuke Inaje, and 2nd career walk-off. First off, tell me about the at-bat.
こっち来て2回目のサヨナラヒットですけど、打席についてちょっと話してください。
いやもうとにかく振れるボールがあったら思い切り行こうと思ったんですけど、結果ね最高の勝ち方だったんで。
I just was looking for a pitch to hit, and you know, I got the best result I could get.
Do they beat you up like this in Japan after you win a game?
サヨナラ打った後こうやってチームにこうやって殴られたりしますか、こっちみたいに。
そうですね。もう結構パンチもらったんで、今度ね他の人がサヨナラを打った時にはねこっちがパンチしたり仕返したいと思います。
I got a lot of punches in there, so hopefully someone else gets the walk-off hit next time so I can get him back.
All right, last thing, anything you want to say to all these Royals fans that stayed late to watch?
結構遅くまで残ってくれたロイヤルズファンに何か一言。
いや本当にねファンの声援が力になってます。本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you guys for staying out late. You know, you guys really motivated us to win the game today.
Nori Aoki with the game-winning hit. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go. And the final words in English and a wave to the crowd. Thank you. And I think he'll take the game-winning hit, the walk-off any other time. But how about that, guys? He'd like to get a little revenge on someone else next time.
And we say, after 14 innings, and the Royals back into 2nd place, domo arigato gozaimasu Nori Aoki.
That's right. I'm telling you, that ball was right over the middle of the plate, and he took a nice slice.